Martial scoots past Fernandes though he wasn't there. Great ball in! United ahead again. It's Wayne Rooney after great work by Martial. The skipper is on the mark in 2016. Fellaini. Di Maria. Rooney's going through the middle if he can find it. Rooney's in. Rooney. Can he finish off Arsenal? It's Rooney! Wayne Rooney for Manchester United. He's done it against Arsenal again. The all-time leading Premier League goal scorer against the Gunners.
Tremendous challenge again by Vidic. Early ball comes to Vestra. Wayne Rooney! 1-0 United! What a hit from Wayne Rooney! They lead Arsenal after 9 minutes of the second half. A bit for Everton, he's given it away to Ronaldo. Nervous pass. O'Shea. That came off Carsley. It's come to Rooney. It's brilliant from Rooney. It's fantastic from Wayne Rooney. The former Everton player scores at Goodison for the second season running.
So congested in there. Can someone get a decisive touch here? Rooney swings it in. Oh, it's gone in! Wayne Rooney! That's the record! He makes history. 250.
He's up there as well. He's got a touch there, Fight. As far as Ronaldo. Sky's ball to Rooney. Wonderful interchange between the two. Ronaldo's on fire here. Rooney again, he knew exactly where he was. This is devastating for United, and it's an absolutely fantastic goal.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Towards Diame, forward by Young. Looking for Rooney. Strong play, and he's gone for it from halfway. What an effort! Oh, amazing! Amazing! You'll be seeing this for years and years and years. Wayne Rooney from just inside the half.
Keane. Headed away by Ramage. Rooney! This game called for a piece of magic, and Wayne Rooney has supplied it. United struggling at 1-0 have just had divine intervention from Wayne Rooney with one of the goals of the season.
Best touch for Scholes. Finds Nani. One-on-one with Tabletter again. There's Rooney. Overhead kick! Oh my word! That's amazing! That's sensational! I just can't believe what I've seen! Only Wayne Rooney can produce a piece of genius like that, and it could be the winner. 2-1.
Well, you've said it all, Stuart.
Manchester United's top 10 Premier League goals for Wayne Rooney. Just listen to that documentary put up by the club themselves. And by the way, apologies to you for coming a little bit behind schedule. We had to sort out some technical issues right here in the studio. And many thanks to Sport Mail who put up that documentary in which I use as my introductory speech. The marathon edition of today's Sports Life is set to go down with you listening to us. Thank you very much for joining. It's always a pleasure and filled with excitement to have you join us on this side of the divide. As usual, the phone lines will be up there for your taking. The SMS and WhatsApp portal will be up there for your taking. The Twitter handle also up there for your taking. We are taking your thoughts today about that man Wayne Rooney, as he called it, quit as a player and launches a new career in management. There is Henry Ogugwa with me right here in the studio. Henry, how are you doing? And great to have you join us.
I'm doing all right, and it's great to be here talking football with you, Reliance, and another Saturday, another weekend of football-packed action.
Surely football-packed action, because we have actions coming up in the Premier League. Manchester City, Chelsea, they'll all be in action today. And of course, Spanish football may not be having the Spanish La Liga this week, but I think we're going to be having a midweek fixture in the Spanish La Liga. The Italian Serie A and the French League on, just about 2 matches in the French League on will be coming up for you. And we'll be talking about a whole lot on the show. What is your most memorable moment of Wayne Rooney as a player? Is he the greatest Manchester United forward ever? 2 questions that are up on our Twitter and at Today FM 951. At Today FM 951, those questions are there. You can go there and drop your contributions to us about that man, Wayne Rooney. Is he the greatest Manchester United forward ever? He didn't end his career as a player at Manchester United. Nah, he left, went to Everton, and then had a stint at Derby County as a player manager, and right now confirmed as a permanent manager. So what is your most memorable moment of him? And it could be the positive, could also be the negative. And would you describe Wayne Rooney as the greatest Manchester United forward ever? Those are the 2 questions on our Twitter handle at TFM941. You can head there and drop your comment. Can equally send your comment to us via our SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. He won't be the only person we'll be talking about on the show. Yeah, there's a Super Sunday clash between Liverpool and Manchester United, and both managers are talking tough ahead of that one already. And I'm sure you're also talking tough wherever you are right now. And you're going to be talking those talks to me today on the show. Don't keep it to yourself. Let's hear you. Let's hear your contributions. Let's hear what you think about that match. The last time Manchester United were on top of the Premier League table at this moment was in 2013. How many years down the line? And right now, look at where they find themselves. Not so many believed United will be at the top of the Premier League table at this point in time. We'll be accepting your contributions via SMS and WhatsApp portal as well as Twitter handle. Front lines will be thrown open much later on the show. And we're going to be having your thoughts. In the meantime, before we dive into other matters, let's profile Wayne Rooney. Manchester United's all-time leading goal scorer Wayne Rooney has retired from professional football at the age of 35. Wayne Rooney has been appointed full-time manager of Championship side Derby County, a job he had been doing on an interim basis since the departure of Philip Coco in November. Manchester United former striker last featured in the Rams playing squad later that month and has now confirmed that he will be hanging up his boots in order to focus on his coaching career. Wayne will undoubtedly go down in history as one of United's and indeed English football's greatest ever forwards. After breaking through at Everton, he completed his transfer to Old Trafford in August 2004, becoming the world's most expensive teenager in the process. And the subsequent 13 years he spent in Manchester, he more than repaid that significant fee, scoring 253 goals in 559 games to overtake Sir Bobby Charlton at the summit of Manchester United's all-time scoring chart. The Croquette-born forward was an integral part of one of the club's most iconic sides, leading the lines with Cristiano Ronaldo and Carlos Tevez as United swept to domestic and European glory in 2008. He procured every possible winners' medals during his time at Old Trafford. 5 Premier League titles, the Champions League title, the FA Cup, 4 League Cups, the Europa League, and the Club World Cup before returning to the Toffees in 2017 and then heading to MLS with DC United the following year. He returned to England with Derby in January 2020 and he played against United in the Emirates FA Cup 5th round tie in March. Rooney is also England's record marksman, another landmark he took off Charlton, who described him as a true great for club and country in January 2017. Had an interesting interview. Let's listen to it.
As I said a few weeks ago, my future, I feel, is in management. I've had a great career. I've enjoyed every minute, some ups, some downs. But I wouldn't change anything I've done in my career as a player, and hopefully I can start now to write some history and have a successful managerial career.
I'd like to know what the downs are. Let's go through it. Everton debut was at 16. England's all-time leading goal scorer with 53 goals. England's most capped outfield player with 120 caps. 16 major trophies. 5 Premier League titles, Champions League, Europa League, FA Cup, League Cup, Club World Cup. Any regrets?
No, I think I've been very fortunate to play for some massive teams, obviously, to come through the academy at Everton and play in the first team there was a boyhood dream of mine. Then to go and play for 13 years at Manchester United and win the trophies we won is obviously the highlight of my career. To stay at that club, such a huge club, one of, if not the biggest club in the world, to stay there for so long and achieve what I achieved there is something I'm grateful for the club for giving me that opportunity, but I enjoyed every minute of it. And then, of course, going out to the States, it was more going back to Everton and then going out to the States, and then coming into Derby County was more trying to help the team be successful, but also it was more to gain a lot of experience in different leagues to obviously prepare myself the best way to come into this role today.
Surely we can fly. Well, Rooney has been flying, hasn't he, as a player, right from 2002 when he had his first goal for Everton in that match against Arsenal. I could recall that match. Freddie Humberg scored in that match, one-time interim manager for Arsenal. Yobo was part of that team for Everton. Kanu Nwankwo was part of that team for Arsenal. Interesting matchup it was that introduced Wayne Rooney to the world. Who recalls that match? Arsenal, Everton, where Rooney launched his career. Interesting times. Sometimes I feel too old. I feel old at times, trust me. When I saw this guy start when he started his career in 2002, and and I'm here. He has ended his career and going into coaching. I watched the peak of Frank Lampard. I watched the peak of Gerrard as a player. Mikel Arteta, Zidane. For Zidane, I was much of a toddler or something. I saw these guys, doing great things for their clubs. And right now, I'm seeing them as managers. Yes. I feel too old, man.
We all feel the same way.
Anyway, so what's a most memorable moments for Wayne Rooney? It could be in the positive. Yeah. It could also be in the negative.
Yeah, I think my most positive moment for Wayne Rooney, I would say it's only him. Like the partnership he formed with Ronaldo and Tevez, that double winning season, the Champions League and League, they were so devastating especially on the counter attack, and it was very fantastic to watch. That was Wayne Rooney at his best during that period. He was a fantastic goal scorer, fantastic striker, and also the overhead kick against Man City. Who
would forget that?
Fantastic
Who would forget
goal.
that?
One of the highlights of his career. And you also have to say his first goal in the Premier League against Arsenal is for a young man, a teenager stepping into the scene and scoring such a goal against Arsenal. It takes a lot. And there are many moments, but those are the few I can actually pick out right now.
All right, you've made mention of the combination, and I've been thinking, has that been the most deadliest combination up front United has ever have? Rooney, Carlos Tevez, and Cristiano Ronaldo.
I think in the 21st century, yes, because they've had other good combinations. You've seen other good forward players in the 60s. There was Bobby Charlton and George Best. We had Teddy Sheringham and the like scouting Uko Dwight-York them. But I think in the 21st century, since the turn of the 2000s, that has been the best forward line Manchester United has put up for me. Basically, watching them, I watched Van Nistelrooy and co. But that's the combination, the cohesion between those three players, the movement. They were working in sync. It was wonderful. It was so beautiful to watch. Actually, it was devastating for any team they came up against.
So, what would be your negatives?
for Wayne Rooney
in his career?
I think
he was a very stubborn player.
He was very stubborn player at the beginning of his career. He mellowed down
player.
eventually, but he was very stubborn. The whole character issues and everything, and but basically, I think his career was okay. It wasn't really blighted by much controversy or issues. I think he had a good and okay, decent career. It wasn't. I can't really raise any red flag about his career.
Unlike Zidane,
the headbutt, even twice.
Or maybe Didier Drogba could recall was it Champions League?
The finals against Manchester United
where he slapped Vidic. Yeah, so they've been, but Rooney was very stubborn.
Yes, you could bring up the Ronaldo incident in 2006 World Cup where he got sent off England versus Portugal, where he had a confrontation with Ronaldo on the field. Maybe, but it's still due to the stubbornness actually.
So, he was a stubborn player, trust me. I was trying to dig up and see the red cards and the issues surrounding the red card. Maybe I'm going to do a documentary on that anytime soon.
Yeah.
The downs of Wayne Rooney. The red cards he has amassed in his career and the incidents involving his red card, either in the Premier League, in any competition, Champions League, for Manchester United and for England. But the man just left the scene of playing football without a mark. Manchester United all-time goal scorer. I think England's all-time goal scorer as well. And in both cases, beating Bobby Charlton to it. Would you describe him as the greatest forward ever for Manchester United?
It's very difficult actually because I think time varies, but yes. Because I watched him, I saw him. I didn't see Bobby Charlton play actually. So it's Wayne Rooney I saw, and with what I saw, the man, you can actually classify him as Manchester United's greatest forward player.
Ahead of Cristiano Ronaldo.
I'll still put that big question because Ronaldo didn't play the peak of his career at Manchester United actually. Truly. So you can actually make a case for Wayne Rooney. I think Ronaldo played his best years in Manchester United were those final 2 years in Manchester United, and his peak was at Madrid. But Rooney played out his peak. He moved to Man U when he was 20, was in 19 or 20, and he played through to his early 30s. He played his best years at Manchester United. So I think because of that, he edges that one. He has that one over Ronaldo.
All right, moved to Manchester United in 2004. At that time, I think he was 18 years of age. So moved to Manchester United at 18, and he became the world's most expensive teenager in the process with that move to Manchester United. Today's Sports Life is the program you're listening to. Frequency 95.160. Port Harcourt, OAP on duty, reliable reliance to Daniel. And on the analysis side of the divide, you have Henry Ogogo. Listening to us, we have you, don't we? And I'm sure you want to contribute on what we're talking about. Wayne Rooney is on the front burner at the moment. Called it quit in football, not entirely, but as a player, I'll be launching a new career as the permanent manager of Derby County. Frank Lampard was the former manager of this side before Kuku took over. And right now, here is Wayne Rooney, who will be on the touch lines for Derby County. Will he be qualifying the team to the English Premier League? Left to be seen. But what are your thoughts and your most memorable moment of Wayne Rooney? 0701 933 9962 for number to send your SMS and WhatsApp message. And Twitter at TodayFM 951 at TodayFM 951. Phone calls 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951. Let's take some calls. 95.1.
Yes,
good afternoon to you. Name and location.
Yeah, this is Shedrack Amade, calling from D-Line.
Shedrack, let's hear you.
Yes, my most memorable and for Wayne Rooney, right, is when he scored the second goal against Manchester City.
Okay, the overhead kick, right?
Pardon?
The overhead kick against Manchester City.
Yes.
Wonderful. And Michael Richards was the defender on the lines to clear that one, and the man didn't see it coming.
He didn't see it coming. He took the man unaware. So right side, that was a perfect one.
Yeah. Would you just go ahead?
So that goal is goal that means believe that Rooney is a great player anytime, any day, anywhere.
Yeah. So would you describe him as the greatest Manchester United forward ever?
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. He's one of the greatest Manchester United forward ever. So Rooney has contributed to Manchester United in his days. Even when he was sick, for him to play football, giving some drugs, giving some pills for him to come up and play. Even when we had Champions League, Inter Milan, was it AC Milan? During Tavares' time. He was had an injury, but he was asked to come and play with injury. You can see the importance really is in the club. So he's a great player, of all time in Manchester United.
All right. Right, Shadrach Amadi, thank you very much for dropping by on the show, giving us your thoughts about when Rooney overhead kick against Manchester City does it for so many. What about you? Your most memorable moment of when Rooney? Could be on the positive or on the negative. You're taking calls before we move down to other matters on the bulletin. 0817 0000951 and 0810 951. There are matches to expect today in the English Premier League, and I'll just give you a rundown of the fixtures before we progress to talking about so many other things we have on the bulletin. All right, today we'll be having Wolverhampton Wanderers take on West Bromwich Albion. That match is in the 9th or in the 10th minute already, and West Bromwich Albion are already on the lead at that center. So it's West Bromwich Albion 1, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0 at the 10th minute of the encounter, reporting live as we are focusing and watching it on our screens. Leeds United will take on Brighton and Hove Albion. West Ham United will be at home to welcome Burnley. Fulham in the London Derby will take on Chelsea, and Leicester City will play host to Southampton. Of course, Kelechi Iheanacho will be looking forward to that one, to registering a goal in as many matches after he's had maybe goal drought or something. In the German Bundesliga, there are matches to expect as well. FC Cologne to play Hertha Berlin, Borussia Dortmund to take on Mainz 05, Hoffenheim to take on Arminia Bielefeld. Werder Bremen will take on Augsburg. Wolfsburg will play host to Rasenball Leipzig. VfB Stuttgart will be at home to welcome Borussia Mönchengladbach. Italian Serie A has matches for us, doesn't it? Bologna, Hellas Verona will be the first match of today. Torino, Spezia. And then Italian Serie A will wrap up today's fixtures with Sampdoria taking on Udinese. In the French League, just a match, 2 matches to be decided rather. Marseille against Nimes, Angers against champions Paris Saint-Germain. So those are the matches to expect, and we are currently having the first kickoff for today. Wolverhampton Wanderers taking on West Bromwich Albion. 2 attempts, 2-on-2 for both teams on attempts, and 1-on-1 in terms of shots on target for both teams already. Let's have your contributions about when Rooney. 0817 0951 0810 951 951. On Twitter, we are at Today FM 951. Someone on Twitter has already branded Wayne Rooney as the greatest Manchester United footballer ever. Let's take some calls. 95.1.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and location?
Yeah,
Madrabuchi, let's hear you.
I think that Rooney, for me, the most memorable of Rooney I know is that the goal against Newcastle. That goal he scored from the half.
Yeah.
He shoot the ball was going outside and now flipped back to the net.
And
that ball was wonderful. Nobody expected that goal
to go in.
And that was when Rooney was, and that time is also when Gerrard, Lampard, 3 of them wearing the same number 8, shooting shots, scoring goals, even outside the net, outside the 18. I think that goal is very fantastic. And I believe that Rooney, one thing with him is that he is a good guy, and I believe he's the most favorable striker that Man United has, or would I say that he's a legend, or is the most respected striker that I know, because Andy Cole, Louis Van Nistelrooy, those ones could not even get to his standard, even Olivier Sunshine. For me, I believe that Rooney is the greatest striker that Man United have, And I also wish him very well
in his coaching career.
I know. Yes.
All right.
Although England doesn't do well in terms of coaching career.
In terms of coaching, but that's a different argument, anyways. But you know, there is Frank Lampard used to hit the heights in his coaching career. There is what's his name now? Steven Gerrard yet to hit the heights. So maybe you may not could be too early to conclude.
Yes. There have been that, but we will check and people like a Capello, people like those ones. Where are they today? See people like a Roken of the former Man United midfielder that Carrick took over from. All those ones have gone to that system. You find out they could not last.
They could not last.
But all those ones, but the Lampard, Gerrard, and Rooney coming up now. We wish them the best, and we want to see them being a great coach like Pep Guardiola, Jose Mourinho, people like Carlotti. Then we want to see Rooney, because if we impart that experience of being a striker today to his team, that means I tell you that team will score a lot of goals.
All right.
They will score a lot of goals.
All right.
And I wish him the best.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. Wishing him the best right there. That is a strong argument. English coaches, how well have they been performing? Red Hodgson is an English manager, isn't he?
Yeah.
How well have English coaches been performing? That's it. They
haven't really been, explosive. The closest that comes to mind of recent generation is Bobby Robson. Actually, that is the last English coach you can say that's really left a mark. But I think they're looking at the newer generations as a hope for tomorrow. Actually, because Gerrard is actually doing nice things in Scotland with Rangers. Lampard did nice things with Derby. He did okay with Chelsea last season. I just feel he's going through that phase where he's going through a phase. They are looking at this newer generation as a whole, because English coaches in general have never been really. It has never been encouraging, actually.
All right. Keep your contributions coming in. And by the way, our SMS on WhatsApp portal is open. You can send in your contributions as well. We are taking tribute for Wayne Rooney. And all your contributions will be posted on our social media handles. All right? So, trust me, when Rooney is going to say it, trust me, he's sure going to say it. He is going to say it, trust me. So you can keep your tributes coming in. There have been so many tributes pouring in. Likes of Raheem Sterling, sent in his tribute. Cristiano Ronaldo. There have been so many, a lot of tributes. So we want to take today's Sports Live fans tribute for Wayne Rooney as well. Put them up on our Twitter handle and all our social media handles. Trust me, Wayne Rooney is going to have access to it. So you can keep them coming in. 95.1, your name and location. I didn't get the name. Okay, the only thing I heard is that you're calling from Rumaholo, but go ahead anyways.
I will not forget the successful kick against Mexico City.
Yeah.
So I wish him all the best as a captain. I believe he will do well.
We hope he does well. All right, thank you very much. Tribute coming in for Rooney on the show. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. So you can keep them coming. Keep your contributions, keep your tributes for Rooney coming in. We'll drop them on our social media handles, and trust me, Rooney is going to see all of them. So you can keep them coming to us. If you want your tributes for Rooney to be published, send it to our SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. All right, that's our SMS on WhatsApp number 0701 933 9962. If you want your tribute to be published on our handles as well as on our website, so you can keep them coming in. That number doubles for our WhatsApp number as well. So you can either choose the SMS portal or the Twitter, I beg your pardon now, the WhatsApp portal. 95.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Greetings to you. Name and location.
I'm Williams calling from Abuna Valley. I rep Manchester United.
Manchester United. Great to have you join us, Williams.
I think to me, Rooney is the greatest Man United player ever.
Wow.
Because it made me to support that team, and I always, even it made me to have a love for England national team each time they play there. Ever since he retired, I didn't watch England national team anymore. I think he's the greatest player of Man United, both United and England.
The greatest player for both United and England. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. Coming into the show, I do want to exaggerate things. That's why I stopped the question as greatest forward ever. Because, I know there have been great Manchester United players. The ones I've watched, the ones I've read about, the ones I've seen as well. But here's to my surprise. So many describing him as the greatest Manchester United player ever. Amazing. Interesting. Yeah. Keep your contributions coming in 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. Wolverhampton Wanderers are currently taking on West Bromwich Albion, and it's the Wolf team on the losing side after 19 minutes of football played at the, as you call it, the Molineux? Yeah, at that center. So they are currently down, even as we see Adama Traore trying to make runs into the 18-yard box, but putting a cross that went out wide, couldn't connect to anybody to land that one at the back of the net.
Lock your gears with mine, let us start to connect. It's about that time, let us start to reflect. They said we'll never live, they said we'll fall in
95.1.
Hello, Milan.
Hi, Faith.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Faith, where have you been?
I've been out at the field.
You've been at the field, isn't it?
Eh?
You've been at the field, isn't it?
You said what?
You said you've been at the field, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. You didn't invite me to join you.
Yes. You know why.
All right, let's hear you, Faith.
Good afternoon to your colleague.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you. Milan, I don't have any particular fond memory about
Faith, we are having a serious holdback that is hampering smooth conversation. So I will need you to turn down any radio or any listening device that having our station on at the moment.
There's no one is on right now.
Okay, go ahead. I think it's clearer now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah, but
it's network issue.
Okay, just go ahead.
Okay, I said I don't have any particular fond memory about when you. I mean, like nothing in particular, but I just have a general
viewpoint.
Yes, you didn't get to play for my darling club, Chelsea. So I didn't think it was necessary, but he was a good player in general. I mean, I watched the last match they played. The farewell match in England played to, like the match they played to wish him farewell.
Yeah.
It was an emotional one. So that was but he was a good guy anyway. And I wish him all the best in his coaching career. You know, these players, they are usually good when they play, but when it's time to do the coaching job, it's a different ball game. But I do hope, I hope he will be as successful, even more than Zinedine Zidane.
Okay.
For him. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Faith, thank you very much. Wishes when Rooney does better than Zinedine Zidane.
That's a tough feat too.
That's a very tall mountain to climb for Wayne Rooney, even if he sets that as a target for himself. Because you're talking about back-to-back Champions League. No good there. No, just good there.
just keep on doing this thing as the day comes.
Yeah, 95.1.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Name and location.
Yeah, it's Moses. I'm calling from Botago.
Go ahead, Moses. We lost Moses. Do what to call us back if you can. I think he has been the most outstanding of them all. Maybe not in the same generation of football play. I mean, Zinedine Zidane as a manager.
Yeah.
Maybe not
in the same generation.
The same generation. Maybe not exactly the same generation because. Yeah. I mean, when Zinedine Zidane was a player, how old was it when Rooney? I mean, the height the height of Zinedine Zidane.
Rooney was probably at 11 years.
You know, when he was a player and stuff like that. So, maybe not the same brackets.
Yeah, I think I'll put Rooney in the same bracket as Gerrard and Lampard.
Gerrard, Lampard, Ole.
No, Ole was even before. Ole was part of the 99 set, actually. Ole, when Rooney was in Man U, Ole was a veteran, a senior player, and a senior head, actually. I think, like you said, Lampard, Gerrard, and maybe someone like Xavi in the Middle East, that same age bracket.
All right, 95.1.
I think it's greetings from all of my friend, Reliance.
This is Obinna.
Yes.
All right, Obinna, let's hear you.
I'm getting home back from your studio.
Sorry?
Am I coming out clear?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Elias, I was listening to the show where you were talking about the mercurial, enviable, wonderful, superior, and fabulous career of Wayne Admiral Rooney. I must tell you, Elias, that I will take exception for you calling Steven Gerrard in the mix when we are talking about Wayne Rooney in English football.
Okay.
I can condone Frank Lampard to an extent, but please don't even mention Wayne Rooney and Gerrard when we are talking about achievements in EPL.
Why do you want to keep out? Why would you keep out Steven Gerrard?
Don't mention Gerrard in the same sentence, please.
Why?
You're supposed to be very careful on this. When we're talking about achievements in EPL, you mentioned Wayne Rooney, his team measures, 500 and something appearance, how many goals, how many trophies, how many EPL. Gerrard don't even have one EPL. As a matter of fact, I will tell you that Kelechi Iheanacho to an extent can rival Gerrard when it comes to English football. Kelechi Iheanacho can rival Gerrard. When Kante, Mahrez, those are the kind of people you need to be mentioning Gerrard.
You say this on the basis that these players you're mentioning have won the English Premier League, isn't it?
Of course, they're even one step ahead. They're even some step ahead. We are talking about English football. That's why I'm even scrapping for names to play the Liverpool Gerrard. But when we are talking about all-round achievements, you don't in anywhere in this world and in the world beyond mention, I said I'm managing Lampard to an extent. To mention Gerrard and Rooney is an insult in the world of football. How would you want to mention them? How many player of the season has Steven Gerrard won? Well, Rooney has won it twice. How many player of the season has Steven Gerrard won? Has he won? Well, Rooney has won it 3 times. How many honors in English football? This man has 15 medals. So what I can remember Steven Gerrard had, is it not one FA Cup or probably 1 or 2 Champions League? Or it's like he's even won. That's what he had. And who did he win against in the FA Cup? A relegated team. Will Rooney and Gerrard cannot be mentioned in the same sentence in this world. Mention Lampard, I can even argue it. But please, and please, for the sake of Saturday, a football discussion, you cannot. If any football punditry make that statement in England, you will be arrested. You don't call. I am telling you for free. You cannot mention Wayne Rooney and Liverpool Steven Gerrard in the same sentence when we are discussing English football. That is for that. My fond memories of Wayne Rooney. How can you forget that supernatural bicycle kick against Manchester City?
We didn't forget. It has been mentioned on the show.
I joined you.
Oh, okay.
How would you forget that cross from Nani? How would you forget that collection? Do you hear what Peter Drury said that day, I must tell you that bicycle kick against no other team but of all teams, Manchester City at Old Trafford to give Manchester City that winner. The jump that Alex Ferguson jumped that day, I must tell you that very thing, they are still looking for people that will repair it. It is not an easy task. When Rooney, the full memory of Rooney, the one that stands out for me was that bicycle kick against Manchester City. But please, and please, don't. I know it is a mistake. You are human. It is a mistake. Don't mention Rooney and Liverpool. Always add Liverpool, Steven Gerrard in the same sentence when we are talking English football. Thank you and God bless.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much for stopping by on the show. Let's talk about Steven Gerrard. The honors for Steven Gerrard a little bit as we progress on the show. 2 FA Cups to his name, 2000 to 2001 season, 25-26 Football League Cup, 2-1-2-1, 2001 season, 2-2-2-3 season, 2-11-2012 season. That's 3 Football League Cup. FA Community Shield in 2006. UEFA Champions League in 24-25 season. That's just 1. UEFA Cup. 1 UEFA Cup.
2001.
Yeah, 2002-1. UEFA Super Cup in 2000. Individual honors. Ballon d'Or third place 2005. UEFA Clubs Footballer of the Year 2005. PFA Players Player of the Year 2005-2006. 1 PFA Young Player of the Year. That's in the year 2001. And then PFA Premier League Team of the Year. He has met the team in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 occasions. PFA Fans Player of the Year 2001, 2009. PFA Merit Award. I could go on and on. 2005 BBC Sport Personality of the Year Award. FIFA Fifth Pro Award 11. Made the team 3 times in 2007, 2008, and 2009. UEFA Team of the Year. Made it 3 times as well. 2005, 2006, and 2007. And then UEFA Champions League Final Man of the Match 2005. Premier League Player of the Month. March 2001, March 2003, December 2004, April 2006, March 2009, March 2014. Premier League 20 Seasons Award 1992 to 92/93 92/93 season to 2011 to 2012 season. I could go on and on. For the man, Steven Gerrard. I know enough feels. It shouldn't be mentioned in the same sentence as when Rooney. Let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1.
Yes, this is Madabuchi calling back. There's something that I want to remind you.
Go ahead, Madabuchi.
Yes, I want to ask, in England team now, in England, which player do we think that we go down on injury and the whole England will be crying?
I don't know.
Is it Ken or Rashford? Who? But you remember in 2006, when Man United is playing against Chelsea, and Ferreira of Chelsea defender wearing number 20 jersey, bring Rooney down, and that leads to injury, ankle injury. The whole England is crying because they are going to World Cup. And England know very well that Rooney is having ankle injury. They still include his name. They went down to the World Cup, give Rooney injection, just come and stand on the pitch. Rooney cannot run. Rooney cannot make any play. Just stand there. Your presence matters. I tell you, Rooney is the Lord of England. I don't see one that has come and one that is coming like him. England team and England as a nation, then we tell you that they don't have anyone like Rooney because he gives them what. A player with injury, you include him. You know that this player cannot play, but you still include him. Give him injection. Ask him to just go and stand on the pitch, even though he can't make the player. He can't make the play, and let others see whether they can make the damage. Rooney will can't raise up his leg, but you find out that they still include him. I tell you, Rooney remains the Lord of England, and nothing changes.
Rooney remains the Lord of England, and nothing changes it. Words of Madabuchi on the show. All right. I know there are so many persons who would differ with these opinions. Trust me. I know there are so many, especially those in the generations before now.
Yeah.
There are many of them who differ with these opinions. I mean, Rooney, one of the greatest player we've ever seen in English football, precisely. Yeah, but
there are still other players in past generations.
Copying him above every other player in England.
It's a great disservice.
Anyways, back to the phone lines. 95.1.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pastor.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and location.
Anthony calling from Amos.
Let's hear Anthony.
I think if we say Rooney is the Lord of England, then where do we put David Beckham?
Okay.
I think David Beckham is far more better than Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney always did much with his club, Manchester United, but when it comes to national team, I think David Beckham surpassed Rooney in terms of popularity, game played, and everything. So I think Beckham is a more better England player than Wayne Rooney.
All right.
Yeah, that is my contribution.
Okay, I appreciate it. David Beckham has been mentioned, brought into the argument as well, but from the aspect of the national team, that is. All right, it's heating up, really. It's seriously heating up. Today's Sports Life is the program. Do not forget, you can as well drop your contributions to us via our Twitter handle at Today95.1. And then if you have tributes for the man Rooney, you can drop it to us via our SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Your tributes will be published on our handles as well as on our website and on Twitter. I mentioned at Today FM 951. Victor Rally joins us. Great to have you, man.
Thank you so much, Reliance. Good afternoon to you. To everyone listening, good afternoon. I mean, I've been a part of the show listening while on my way here, and I must say, I've heard so much different opinions about Wayne Rooney, but I think the focus should remain, which is on the prolific career of the man, not on who is better or who shouldn't be named in the same sentence or who is the best in when it comes to the Three Lions of England. I think there's one thing that nobody can argue with is the fact that Rooney was an electrifying, mesmerizing footballer who had the strength, the pace, and also the power to terrify defense oppositions. And I mean, there was a time I used to call him the most naturally gifted English footballer of his generation. When you talk about footballers who seems like they were just born with it, you definitely want to be mentioning Wayne Rooney, especially from the English divide, not general. I mean, Lionel Messi would by far be one of the easiest you want to mention when you look at the entire global scene. But I mean, I'm going to say something which some persons might not really agree with. I think when Rooney, the peak of his career started dwindling after the 2009, 2010 or 2010, 2011. There was a particular season where Wayne Rooney scored that overhead kick. Yeah, I think like that was 2010, 2011 season. I think that was the peak of his career. After that time, the man was no longer performing as he used to in previous seasons, in previous years. Yes, he still did get a number of goals. I think the next season was his highest ever Premier League tally. He got 27 goals in that season. But then you began to see the evolution of the man. He was no longer just out for the goals. He now became a contributor as well. Yes. I remember during David Moyes, there was a particular season where David Moyes came in, and United were not the best in any way when it comes to attack. But that season, Rooney got over 20 assists and 19 goals.
I think it all started with Ferguson's last season. They pushed him to accommodate Van Persie.
Yeah. I could recall. It was used in between the midfield and the attack. At some point, he debuted as false nine. Some point, he would drop and play behind Van Persie.
But bottom line, I think the explosiveness of the man started dwindling. It became contained, and I definitely knew he was going to be leaving Manchester United. But that doesn't take anything from the fact that he is one of the, if not the greatest Manchester United forward, especially in the newer generation. I think Henry said something which I would also state. I did not watch Sir Bobby Charlton play, or some persons might be mentioning players who played in the 1800s or in the 1920s. I didn't see Manchester United then. Please, I'm a young man. Okay, I didn't see Manchester United play then. But if you look at it, I'm not saying he's the greatest Manchester United player ever. But when it comes to the front line, you definitely want to argue. You would definitely want to agree with that fact. I mean, Premier League second highest ever Premier League all-time leading goal scorer, just behind Alan Shearer. But then Fabio Silva has gotten a goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers. The questions have been coming. We had this discussion last week about the man when he would get a goal, and it seems like today is his day. Well, the man has drawn Wolverhampton Wanderers level in that particular match at the Molineux. So as it stands, it is 1-1.
1-1 it is at the Molineux between Wolverhampton Wanderers and West Bromwich Albion, as Fabio Silva, beg your pardon, drew Wolverhampton Wanderers level. Was that an offside?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, there's a player on the ground that put him onside, trying to confirm the name of the player for West Bromwich Albion. All right?
That was an easy goal, but you want to applaud the assist, the back heel quick thinking to just feed Fabio Silva the ball, and all he needed to do was to poke it home. If he had missed that one, Wolverhampton Wanderers will be coming for him.
The fans of the team. The short strength there to keep out the West Brom player.
All right, so there have been combinations. I put up that question to Henry earlier on. I'm going to put it on to you before we move on and discuss other matters on the bulletin. There have been combinations in Manchester United. I mean, in the past and recently and before now. Would you describe Wayne Rooney's combination with Cristiano Ronaldo and Carlos Tevez as the deadliest of them all? At least from where you've seen. I mean, from where you started watching Manchester United.
Okay, if you say from where I started watching Manchester United, no problem, because I do remember reading an article where there was something called Manchester United Holy Trinity, and that was Bobby Charlton, Dennis Law, and also George Best in the 1965 to 1960, I think 1967 season. But since I started watching Manchester United, I'm trying to scan through my mind to know if there's any other combination that I might say.
In the 90s, what about Teddy Sheringham, Andy Cole, and the last name? There have been a lot, actually.
Is it Dwight? Not Dwight York.
I think Dwight York.
Was it Dwight York?
Yes, Dwight York.
Okay, Dwight York, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's really, really hard to say. You also want to applaud the Wayne Rooney, Robin Van Persie combination at the point in time. He was somehow profitable, but right now, I would not be able to pick anyone. I would probably just go with the reports I've read and the highlights I've seen of that 1965, 1960 down to 1967 combination. But then, just like Henry stated, Andy Cole and Dwight York, these guys were amazing. They had, I'm trying to remember how many goal partnership, the goal combination, just the same way we're having a Harry Kane and Son Heung-min. I think they had that type of record. These guys were, Dwight York came in from Aston Villa back in 1998, £12.6 million. But these guys started having this gel, and somehow it yielded to a lot of goals. That's just what matters most. It yielded to a lot of goals. And it was not, they were not just mediocre goals. These were goals that were very key goals, in key matches. I think I would want to go with that, Dwight York and Andy Cole, not that of Wayne Rooney and Cristiano Ronaldo.
Super Sunday clash, as the name implies, will be tomorrow between Liverpool and Manchester United. But before then, there will be a derby today by 6:30, Fulham-Chelsea. Your expectations, Henry?
That is actually a tough one, because most people want to write off Fulham, definitely because of his Fulham actually just sitting 18th on the table. But they are unbeaten in their last 6-7 games, although most of it has been draws, drawing with Liverpool and Tottenham along the way. I think Chelsea have to be very careful, and knowing that they are not in form, they are not in the best of forms, stuttering, struggling for results. I think it will be actually a dicey affair. A West London derby also, and Fulham will want to keep on fighting. Especially, this is the point where we see a lot of relegation-threatening teams fight for survival, because we are entering the second half of the season, and now it's do or die, it's make or mark for them, and they want to get and gather the results as fast as they can to give themselves a fighting chance. And Wolves have taking the lead.
2-1.
2-1.
Okay. Is it Fabio Silva again?
Willy Bolly. Looks like Willy Bolly.
Okay, let's have a confirmation of the goal via replay. So, well, it's confirmed at the 42nd minute of the encounter. Wolverhampton Wanderers have taken the lead against West Bromwich Albion. 2-1. The scoreline stands at the moment, just minutes before the what is it called now? Half-hour mark of this encounter. There was a cross that came in, and there was a little bit of scramble between the Wolverhampton Wanderers players and the defenders of West Bromwich Albion, and in the end, it was what's his name now? Willy Bolly, who slotted it at the back of the net. He was more or less unmarked, and then he just hit it, and he was back of the net for Wolverhampton Wanderers. So it's 2-1 at the Molineux at the moment, with Wolverhampton Wanderers leading proceedings right there after Fabio Silva, just under 5 minutes after Fabio Silva gave him that equalizer. Okay, let's get to Twitter before we talk about Chelsea proper, because there is Oliver Giroud on the menu too. Let's take contributions about Wayne Rooney on Twitter. We've gotten a couple of tweets coming in about the man. Oyum Prosper 24 with the handle at 24 Oyum says, "Hi guys, good day. My moment of Wayne Rooney is that goal against Swansea. That was a nice goal. Appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by." Mr. Hamless with the undo at guard_Kenneth says, "I'm a Manchester United fan and watching Wayne Rooney while growing up was a delight. One of the greatest for United. For me, Cristiano Ronaldo is the greatest United player because he's the first United and England." How would you say Cristiano Ronaldo is the first United player? The first United player and England player to win the world best. Cristiano Ronaldo, for the records, is not an English player, he's a Portuguese player. I wish Rooney great success going forward, all right? And this one says, United Chieftain with a handle at Adebayo_Sadiq. He says, he's Manchester United greatest player of all time. Waza for life. With 4 love emojis, 3 love emojis rather, he added to his tweet. And Mr. United, or Mr. Hamless, once again says, that overhead kick against Manchester City is my best goal of Wayne Rooney. Absolutely stunning. And there's a response to his tweets coming in from Hazardous at Kings_for you. Says, man has many stunning goals, like jaw-dropping kind of goals. All right, and okay, that will be all for now on Twitter. Keep them coming in.
I just say my best goal for Wayne Rooney, apart from the overhead kick, it was his return back to Everton, and the first hat-trick he scored upon his return from his own half. He shot the ball, the keeper tried to clear it, and then he just took the shot, a one-time shot, and I mean, I was just watching it, you know, when it was like it was in slow motion, happening in slow motion, and just seeing the ball loop over the goalkeeper, loop over the Everton defender, and just into the net from his halfway mark. I mean, that was mad, if I want to use that word. It was outrageous. Apart from, I know a lot of persons talk about the overhead kick, but that was a spectacular goal. Albeit he didn't score that one for United,
for Manchester United, for Everton. Yeah. SMS portal we go. Whenever Rooney plays against Liverpool or Manchester City, he would play as if he's in the boxing ring. But as a coach, Rooney, Lampard will be failure. I told you first. Ernest from Woji. Ernest,
that's unfair.
Don't be a prophet of doom.
Very unfair.
Good afternoon to you all. Congrats to Rooney for his new job. He's one of the greatest players Manchester United have ever had. Skifu Pero is your name from Akpokwe. Goes on to say, for me, Rooney is the greatest player England have. I wish him well in his coaching career. He's better than Lampard. I don't know where you guys are coming up with these comparisons.
I mean, they've not seen Derby County play. I'm very, very sure these people sending in these messages do not watch the championship. They've not seen Derby County play. For those who are even saying he's not going to be a success or he's going to be a failure, I think you should cut him some slack. You know, it's easy if you say these things and you have statistics or you have certain things to back it up. Right now, people are just speaking from the top of their head. You look at the man. He has been an interim manager of some sort in Derby County.
Yeah.
And Derby County, where it seemed like they were going to go down to the League One, but since he became interim manager, he's been able to help them up.
There's
a
been
little
some
bit.
life at the club.
Yeah. Now there's a glimmer of hope, even if it's really, really faint, but there's a glimmer of hope that they are not going to go down the League One.
Yeah.
It might not be possible for them to return to the English Premier League this season, but in just the few games that Wayne Rooney has been in charge of the club, he has helped to stable the ship of some sort, and right now they are gradually climbing up the table. So I think it would be unfair for persons to say Lampard is better than Rooney when you've not actually seen him manage a game, or you've not even they don't play the same. You look at what Lampard did with Derby County. If you want to even go by that analogy, what Frank Lampard did with the crop of players he had at Derby County almost got them through to the
Premier League.
Premier League. Rooney has just managed these 7-8 games as an interim manager. He's not yet done it on a full-time basis, and people already say he's not going to. I think, come on. We know these things happen in football. You can get really sentimental, but sometimes you just need to cut them some slack, even if they eventually end up doing what you said they would do.
Rooney did well for Manchester United. With all his time in Manchester United and in the English Premier League, he never won the EPL Golden Boot. It's a little above average player Oscar KJ from Port Harcourt. Another side to the argument. Ernest from Woji says Drinkwater is more complete player than Rooney and Gerrard.
Drinkwater.
Where did that one come from?
That person is.
I didn't say anything.
I don't know what to say.
I honestly didn't say anything.
I know what to say, but I can't say it on there.
I just that one caught me unawares, and I had to keep mute for some seconds. I couldn't say anything. On WhatsApp, words will fail me if I begin to describe Wayne Rooney, a committed, dedicated, and Dutch player. His fighting spirit is second to none. Rooney's goal for Manchester United gave me tears of joy. He is one of the best. I pray he succeed in his coaching career. Wayne Rooney is an electrifying player. He got pace, power, and so versatile. He's a game changer and match winner. Superb goal poacher. Wish him well in his coaching career. Guess who sends that in? Lorenzo Delete from a chair on WhatsApp. Some of your tributes for Wayne Rooney will be published. Remember, I said so. Some of them on Twitter and on WhatsApp and on our SMS portal will be published on our handles as well as on our website. Our website, by the way, is www.todayfmlive.com. You could go there to read our stories anytime in sports, entertainment, and in news as well. So your tributes for Wayne Rooney will be published on our different platforms. So you can keep sending them in via our SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. Twitter at TodaFM 951. Let me stick with the SMS portal before I switch to another discussion. That was sarcasm from Obina, who was arguing about Gerrard, and it's from Woji. You think so? How many matches have Arsenal played this season? You didn't add your name. Your number ends with 2043. Where's that one coming from? Where's it coming?
Maybe he just wants
the question.
to know.
Okay, you just want to find out.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give you the answer. But in the meantime, let's progress and talk about Chelsea before we look at the Super Sunday clash scheduled for tomorrow.
Arsenal played 18 matches, by the way.
This season, right? In all competitions?
No, in the Premier League.
In the Premier League?
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't specify anyway. Probably, I'm thinking he wants to know in all competition. But here's the thing. Chelsea looked set to try and hold on to Olivier Giroud after the Frenchman's talks over a move to Serie A champion Juventus stalled. According to reports, the 34-year-old, whose contract at Stamford Bridge is due to expire in the summer, is the Blues' joint top scorer this season with 9 goals. But it's still not a regular in Frank Lampard's starting 11, and I wonder how that happens. Now free to talk to clubs abroad about signing a pre-contract, Giroud was in discussions with Juve after Andre Pirlo confirmed their interest in him. But according to The Sun, Giroud isn't happy about only being offered a 6-month deal. The report details that Giroud wants a more secure deal than the contract being offered through until the end of the season. The former Arsenal man wants a deal ideally for 18 months until the summer of 2022. Juve boss Andre Pirlo has made his interest known, admitting to DAZN via Football Italia after his 6-4-1 win over Udinese on January 3. Quoting him, he said, "He'll be handy." On the other hand, Lampard is thought to be hesitant about letting Giroud go, given the inconsistency of Timo Werner and Tammy Abraham as alternative options up front. And though he's not playing regularly, Giroud is thought to be satisfied with his current role at Chelsea. Sportmail reported that the player had relaxed his stance on quitting the club after being given more of a run-out by Lampard. How important is Oliver Giroud to Chelsea at this point, Henry?
I think very important actually, because he's the one getting the goals for them up front. Tammy Abraham has been on and off. He hasn't been at his best, and Giroud has been the one scoring, and he's actually a very important player for Chelsea. You see Chelsea play at their best when he's there, but I think Lampard has been trying to manage the man. We know Giroud is not the youngest of players again anymore, and he's trying to manage his game time to make him more effective and help him. The older he gets, he's still playing national team football, so all the travels and everything is a stress on the man. So trying to manage him at this stage is what is very important to ensure you get maximum performance and results for him when you put him out on the field.
How do you find a way to manage a player who is joint top scorer? I mean, obviously the most consistent striker for Chelsea right now. How does Lampard find a way not to give him regular shares?
Well, that's the thing. Because of the price tag attached to some other players, especially Timo Werner. Whether you like it or not, some price tags would make you want to start a player, whether they are performing or not. And I think that's just been the issue. For Olivier Giroud, his focus has been simple and his focus has been clear since the last international window. He wants to represent France. He wants to go with the France national team for the Euro 2020 that'll be taking place sometime in July, between June and July rather. So the man wants to go there. He has the chance to becoming France's all-time leading goal scorer, and it seems like this would be one of his biggest opportunities if he has to break that record. That's the main focus for Olivier Giroud. He said it time without number that he needs regular playing time because regular playing time is going to increase his chances of being taken to the national team. For Frank Lampard, his choice now is between having to play Timo Werner. Now that's why we're seeing Timo Werner being played at different positions, different roles. Just trying to find a way to accommodate both Timo Werner and Olivier Giroud. Then you also have the English thing going on with Tammy Abraham, who also performs, whether we like it or not. The man somehow gets some crucial goals for Chelsea. Not as Olivier Giroud, but the man gets some crucial goals for Chelsea. So at the end of the day, Lampard has got to find a way to play, especially both Giroud and Werner. Werner got a goal in the last game. That was in the FA Cup. People are hoping maybe this would be a chance or a sign of him, a resurgence, maybe him bouncing back and finally getting into the goal-scoring form that we knew him to have while he was with RB Leipzig. So, but at the end of the day, you need to capitalize on Olivier Giroud. Giroud, I must say, Giroud in past years has been quite inconsistent in past years, but this season there's something so different about him, and that is the consistency. I think that's like the newest thing in Olivier Giroud's game, and that's one thing I'm very, very impressed with the man, or very impressed about the man. He's been quite consistent. I hope he's going to remain or maintain this consistency till probably the tail end of the season, because right now, if this argument had come at the start of the season, if Olivier Giroud should have gone or should have stayed, I think he would have gone. But now a lot of Chelsea fans and a lot of, it's obvious to everyone the consistency this guy has. It's obvious to everyone how much Chelsea still needs him, how much of a goal poacher he is. They could be creating the chances, but they do not have someone who does that hold-up play for them, and that's why they need Olivier Giroud. So it's very obvious that they need the man. And because of the performances we've seen from the start of the season, we can make these arguments for him. So Olivier Giroud has just got to keep on performing for every single opportunity he's given. We saw him at the UEFA Champions League. He played 90 minutes. He got 4 goals in that very game. Yeah. That's massive for the man. When you keep on dishing out this type of performances, individual performances, the
being
coach
kept on the bench.
No matter the village people or anything that is doing something to the coach's eye, he has no way to let you go. Or just say you've got to go. Right now, Giroud is Chelsea's best player at the moment. When it comes to the front line, especially, we might have arguments for the midfield and the defense, but at the front line, it is certain Giroud is Chelsea's best player. He knows how to get the goals. He also brings this aura to the team. This big name aura. I don't really know how to explain it, but I think Frank Lampard has got to do everything he can to make sure the man remains at Chelsea to the end of the season.
So for you, keep him to the end of the season.
To the end of the season. Then he could now decide his future from then. He's going to turn 34. So he's not the youngest of players. And looking at the pace of the English Premier League, it might be difficult for a player of such age to function properly.
But the pace has always been there, and he has been able to get the goals for Chelsea.
That's the older you get, the
pace.
He has never been a fast player, actually, even right from his time in Montpellier and Arsenal. But I think it's basically why a lot of Chelsea fans are complaining why Abraham gets a run out more than Giroud. Like I said before, age is a major factor, and which I think is the major of all the factors, because we know that Giroud after this season he's not going to extend his Chelsea contract. He's leaving, and Abraham is there to stay, whether Chelsea fans like it or not, whether it's as a backup striker or as the main striker in the future. And I think Lampard is trying to play him into the team properly, trying to give him that confidence, trying to make him realize that it's make or mark for you. Now you have to step up your game to step into that number 9 role as the main number 9 role as the main striker for the team. And I think that's why Abraham is getting more of a run in than Giroud actually.
All right. I don't know what Chelsea fans think about Olivier Giroud. Keep him or let him go. Even at the end of the season, haven't we seen situations where managers extend, even if by 6 months or by just a year, of players who are in their 30s or over their 30s, and then continue to run with them, considering the form of the team? 95.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and location?
Yes, my name is Adebayo. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Let's hear you, Adebayo.
Yeah, with regards to Olivier Giroud, I think he's the most consistent attacker we have currently now.
Okay.
It's just that Lampard is being biased. He just wants to favor this voice from Eddie Country.
Tammy.
Play them ahead of Tammy Abraham. Want to play them ahead of Olivier Giroud. Olivier Giroud is more experienced, exposed, and he has that ability to score. So, my own opinion is, I will want to beg Olivier Giroud to stay and help us, because if he leaves now, sincerely, Tammy Abraham and
Timo Werner.
In fact, we don't have hope in them. For now, maybe we are looking at 2-3 years time for them.
Yeah.
We need something. We need to achieve something now. So I think Olivier Giroud should stay for us. Thank you.
Olivier Giroud to stay, coming in from Adebayo. What about you? Should Olivier stay or be let go this January transfer window? Chelsea fans, time for you to have your say on the show. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. West Ham are said to be monitoring the situation at Chelsea involving Olivier Giroud and the club. Juventus already cleared. The reports are there that they are interested in the man, the manager of the side. Favorite position or favorite destination for Olivier Giroud would be what? 95.1. Hello? All right, do want to call us back, but when you call back, step up your volume a little bit. I mean, your voice, that is, so we can hear you loud and clear, because I couldn't get your hello even. So call us back and then raise your volume a bit so we can hear you loud and clear and have a smooth conversation. In the meantime, while keeping the volume of your listening device low as possible. 0817-000-0951 and 081. That was me being so fast. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. So West Ham, Juventus, preferred destination if you were to advise Olivier Giroud, Victor.
Well, Juventus are known for getting old players.
Okay.
It's a theme.
Let's talk to this caller. I'll get back to you. 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Greetings to you. Your name and location?
Is Igoni calling from Port Harcourt?
Igoni?
Yes, calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, I had a friend who bears that name. Go ahead.
I want to talk about the Olivier Giroud.
Go ahead.
Yes, for now, Oliver Giroud is the best attacker that Chelsea has for now. And he scored more goals than Timo Werner and Tammy Abraham. But I don't know. Lampard is not playing Oliver Giroud. I don't know why. Just like in the Champions League against Sevilla, he scored 4 goals in a row. 4 goals against Sevilla.
Yeah.
And that will make Lampard to be playing Oliver Giroud in every match. So start Oliver Giroud. So that we'll be getting those goals. At least in Premier League matches, he can score 2 goals or 1 goal. So that we can be winning matches. But I don't know why he's keeping him in the bench and playing Tammy Abraham and Timo Werner that cannot give us the goals. But I don't know. I don't know how we can reach the Lampard and tell him to play Oliver Giroud for us.
Don't worry. Your reports are getting there. Don't worry. As far as you're on this frequency.
Against Fulham, let him start Oliver Giroud so that we can win today match.
All right.
I don't know.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll confirm the team sheet for that one and see if Oliver Giroud is there. 95.1. Okay, we lost that one. Keep them coming through 0817 0000951 and 08109510 Away from Wayne Rooney, it's Oliver Giroud's situation at Chelsea. He has already been described as the most consistent attacker or forward for Chelsea at the moment. But this is the man who barely gets playing time at the club. 95.1.
Hello, good evening.
Good afternoon to you. Your name and location?
Please, my name is Lasborn, calling from Africa.
Lasborn. Lasborn was about to talk to me. What happened? Network shouldn't be that unfair. Lasborn. What's a name? All right, keep them coming through. Don't forget you can as well send your contributions to us via our SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Twitter at Today95.1. My handle, by the way, is at Reliable Rely. At Reliable Rely. That's my Twitter handle. And Victor's handle is at Victoria here. So you can follow us and also tweet at us at any time. There's a serious argument on Twitter between Mr. Hamlet and okay, I need to get that name up. Okay, I couldn't confirm it at the moment, but there's this serious argument between these two guys. Okay, I think Hazardous, Mr. Hamlet and Hazardous, about Wayne Rooney's career in England and all the like. So you can head to our Twitter handle if you want to be part of that conversation. I'm going to read out all the arguments at Today FM 951. That's our Twitter handle, at Today FM 951. If you want to be part of it and drop your own constructive criticism if it matters. 95.1.
Hello.
Hi, Faith. Calling back.
Yes, yes.
Let's hear you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Victor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. About Olivier Giroud, I think sometimes I will be making a very big mistake if he lets him go this season. At least they should allow him to, because I understand the Chelsea rules that you don't have to hardly give contracts to people who are past or who are in their 30s. So they should allow him to stay at least throughout the end of the season. But if I were his sister or his friend, I would tell him to go to Juventus. Thank you.
You tell him to go to Juve, right?
Yes, I will.
All right, Faith. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Victor, you're about to say something. Juventus preferred destination for you, just like Faith mentioned.
Yeah, the Italian team or the Italian Serie A are known for keeping these aged over 30 players. It seems like it just suits their league. And look at the name of Juventus, the old lady. They know how to do it. They like keeping these old guys. You look at and somehow the old guys find a way of being their highest goal scorer. Or look at Quagliarella,
Fabio Quagliarella. Yeah.
You look at
Recently,
Cristiano Ronaldo, Zlatan Ibrahimovic,
yeah.
But when you look at that Juventus team, you begin to ask, Olivier Giroud, if he's going there, is he going to be going there to sit on the bench? Because there's Cristiano Ronaldo, there's Alvaro Morata, and now you're bringing in Olivier Giroud.
And it's not like Morata has not been performing, at least this season.
Yeah, he has been actually performing, but his goals they come in patches. We know how Morata is. His goals come in patches.
And is it guaranteed that Giroud's goal wouldn't come in the same manner?
And also these young boys that are in the team now that somehow said they haven't benching Morata. Not to forget this Paulo Dybala. Of course, you want to say Paulo Dybala is not an out-and-out striker, but then they experiment a lot in the Italian Serie A. Olivier Giroud, it might just suit him pretty well, but if the man he has been in England for over a decade now. If the man wants to, I won't be surprised if his family is based in England. You know how difficult it might be moving to a different place entirely, especially if he's very close to his family. Like he's very close to his family. That's all I can say. He keeps a really private life with his family. So I'm wondering, moving his family out of England and into another country might be difficult. But then, Semi Ajayi, the man is on fine form as he has drawn West Bromwich Albion back with a wonderful header. His third goal in the Premier League this season, and he's becoming the man West Bromwich Albion can count on. Started off as a throw-in, a very long throw, and what a header from Semi Ajayi. Just lobs the ball over the goalkeeper. There was definitely no way Rui Patricia would be saving that one. So it is now West Bromwich Albion 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 2.
I hope Kenneth Roy is watching.
Samir Ajayi actually comes to the national team. So it's just, well, I don't know how to explain it, but it's really good to see things like this. The man
it looks like it has been a season for him, Samir Ajayi.
Yes, since he came into the team.
Since he came into the team, from the beginning of the season, he has been blazing in fine forms. Yeah. Complementing all that form with goals.
We must say he's made some very wrong. He's had some pretty bad awful games.
Yeah,
I think I remember the West Bromwich Albion versus Chelsea. He made one very horrendous mistake against Arsenal as well. Yeah. He was not so good. But you look at the game against Liverpool. Yeah, he was the one who got the equalizer for Liverpool and for his team, West Brom. And right now getting the equalizer again against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Slaven Bilic should definitely be proud of him. And
I'm proud of him too.
It's good to see Nigerians, our very own. It's great to see things like this.
I'm proud of Semi Ajayi. Don't get it twisted. That's from me. All right, let's take some messages. All right, I think you keep having tributes pouring in for Wayne Rooney. But before then, let me take this one talking about Chelsea, in which we are talking about at the moment. Do not forget, Chelsea will engage Fulham in a West London derby later today. For me, tell Tammy, stop trying to think. Tammy will be Tammy would be your next Drogba. Giroud should stay for one more season. Next season, try to bring in Kane from Spurs. Maybe with a swap deal with Abraham. Ennis from Woji.
Wow.
That sounds like
if wishes were hustling.
That
sounds
like
too much? It's not too much.
I don't know. I'm not saying it's too much, but it sounds like wishful thinking for me. Bringing in Ken from Spurs
and giving them Tammy.
And there's Jose Mourinho there. It really sounds like wishful thinking.
Tammy will be on loan. Lucas Piazon. A Chelsea player who played only 3 games for them, but he has been in the team for 11 years. They just sold him last week. I think this outgoing week they just sold the man.
They just recorded him and sold him.
So it's going to be like that for Tammy Abraham at Tottenham Hotspur, especially if Jose Mourinho remains the manager of the team.
Lampard thinks he was appointed to build English squad. Lampard will get fired soon if things doesn't improve. Giroud is the best thing Chelsea has. Oscar KJ with that one. Let me see if we have some messages from the WhatsApp portal.
Reliance, why you check the WhatsApp portal? It seems like the penalty incident, an incident that should be getting a penalty for West Brom. The Wolverhampton Wanderers, their woes might just compound. Seems like there's a VAR check. It's already concluded.
I think it has been confirmed already.
Confirmed.
So it's a penalty for West Bromwich Albion.
Should he score or should he miss?
He's going to score.
Should he score or should he miss?
He will score. He will score.
He will score. Left-footed. So it's West Bromwich Albion 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers.
2.
Topsy-turvy game.
I want to confirm the penalty incident. I mean, what led to the penalty? That's what I'm trying to. I'm looking forward to now.
It was a ball to Callum Robinson in the box. He turned Cody, and Cody tripped him down with his outstretched leg.
Yeah.
Actually, with both legs. He was tripped with both his legs. So it was an obvious penalty call.
And didn't even require
not arguable.
Not arguable, actually. There was enough contact to bring him down.
Okay. Emmanuel sensing something on our Twitter. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so used to Twitter. Okay, on our WhatsApp portal, he says, "Hi, sports crew. I'm always looking forward to weekends to listen to my favorite sports show on radio. You guys are awesome. You're awesome too, Emmanuel. Thank you very much. Frank Lampard reminds me of a woman who wants to cook a pot of soup, and the husband gives her excess money to buy all the condiments for the soup. But guess what? The wife can't cook, and of course, you already know the result. Frank doesn't have what it takes to lead this team to glory for now, and the earlier the club sees it, the better. His bias for English players will be his downfall, and he and his children will leave when he gets fired." Who are his children, by the way? Please tell me which top English Premier League team Abraham will walk into currently and pin down the number 9 shirt. Yet Lampard prefers him over Giroud. We will be here to sing "Adieu, Papa" in quotes to Lampard when it's time. Emmanuel. Okay, the adieu, I'm sure it's from the sarcastic point of view, not actually from the realistic point of view. Anyways, that's it. Which team will Frank Lampard walk into? I beg your pardon. Tammy Abraham walk into and pin the number 9 shirt. Which top team? That's his question.
Team.
Emmanuel says, let me look at the message again. Please tell me which top EPL team Abraham will walk into currently and pin down the number 9 shirt.
West Ham.
Is West Ham a top Premier League team?
Right now, West Ham is a top team now.
Currently,
they're top 10.
They're
top 10.
Is it that placed them at the top 10? Is it that placed them?
No. Table. On the table, they're top 10.
Okay, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that it's you that put top 10, because the guys just said top Premier League team.
I can say top 15. It didn't specify. He has said top 5 Premier League team. But we look at top 10. I think West Ham United.
Will you put Antonio on the bench?
That's the thing. Mikel Antonio has not been playing. And he's not even been so consistent for West Ham United, whether we want to agree or not. You look at West Ham United, their best players has been Declan Rice, Thomas Suchek. They've not had of a long
Antonio has
time.
actually been injured a lot this season.
For a long time, they've not had that front man presence that gets them that you can count on. A lot of persons would not even know who West Ham's current forward striker is in the absence of Mikel Antonio. So I think in my entire
he can walk into
West Ham United.
He will be back up to Antonio for me personally.
Mikel Antonio has played every position. I don't know, but sometimes I used to see Mikel Antonio as a midfielder.
We still have so many to talk about. So for want of time and lack of it, let's move away from Olivier Giroud and Chelsea. Let's have a preview of the Super Sunday clash tomorrow. We still have to talk about Zlatan Ibrahimovic. We still have to talk about the Spanish Super Cup. And by the way, if Olivier Giroud moves to Juventus, one thing is certain: he'll win a trophy. If you think I'm lying, ask Mauricio Pochettino. He didn't go to Juventus. He went to a club that has similarities with Juve.
Yeah, definitely.
He won a trophy in 11 days.
How many years?
How many days at Tottenham? I think 290 something
days.
Are you talking of days?
No, matches.
Matches. No trophy.
No trophy.
No, yeah, he won the Audi Cup.
Yeah, I didn't the trophy.
Like that was the reason he won the Audi Cup.
So if he goes to Juve, Olivier Giroud, you guarantee that you're going to win a trophy.
But the man has won trophies, so trophies is not his problem.
Well, maybe not the kind of trophy he would have if he's going to win at Juventus.
He won the UEFA Europa League. At Juventus, what's he going to win? The Serie A? That's only the Serie A he can be sure. The Coppa Italia is no longer a guarantee for Juve anymore. So trophies is not Olivier Giroud's problem.
What about the Champions League?
Juventus, do you think they can win the Champions League?
It's a dream, but I think he's far gone in his career to start. Juventus winning the Champions League. No, not this season. Not this season. Pele is still.
Who won the Champions League for Chelsea? The manager.
I think that.
Are you seeing the performance?
That Chelsea's Champions League. That Chelsea's Champions League season. It was one of those things you can't explain. Like, it was like Leicester winning the league. It just happened. You couldn't explain it. It just happened.
It just happened.
Yes, it just happened.
But then you look at, have you even seen Juventus' current performance in the Italia? It could have been 4 for West Bromwich Albion, but the ball just misses the target by inches. Back to Juve. Have you seen Juventus' current performance in the Italian Serie A? It's not been fantastic.
But they defeated AC Milan with that wonderful run they've had.
And they've only lost one game this season, just that they've been racking up the draws. That's
why I'm telling you, it's not been fantastic. It's not even sure. People can't even guarantee that Juve are going to be winning the Italian Serie A.
It's okay. We're not talking about the Italian Serie A just yet, but we've just talked about it technically, so that's what it is. Let's look at the Super Sunday clash to expect tomorrow. The heat is getting on here in the studio, and I'm sure you're feeling it as well. All right, Daily Mail's Chris Sutton says Trent Alexander-Arnold is running out of salt while maintaining that Bruno Fernandes can walk into Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool team. Liverpool hosts Manchester United tomorrow in the top of the table league clash. Top of the Premier League table league clash. Sutton's, in his player-by-player analysis of the team, made a case for the Portuguese international. I said, and I quote, Trent Alexander-Arnold is strangely out of sorts. A very creative fullback, so he is going to give the ball away sometimes, but he has to do better. When analyzing Fernandes, Sutton added he's a player of the year candidate. Bruno Fernandes is Mr. United. Would walk into any team, Liverpool included, scores, assists, creates, wins. Player of the year candidate. End of quote. And Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, the manager of Manchester United, believes the team can beat anyone, even Liverpool.
Well, I think every team goes into every game thinking that they can win it, and we know that we can beat anyone anywhere on any given day. So to be able to go into a game like this feeling that if we play it to our best, we can win, it's a good feeling, but we know we have to perform to our best, and we don't really think consequences after that. We just think about the performance, because as I said many times, it's a test and reality check where we are really at, because we've won many tight games, scored a few goals in injury time, showed that mentality. We've not really set the world alight too many times. And to win away at Anfield, you really need to be at your best level.
Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says the match wouldn't have come at any better time than now.
United was always strong when we faced them, and I think they were in a better position than we were when I arrived here, if I'm 100% right, in the first few games when we played them in the European League and all this kind of stuff. So no, it's not really new, but of course United is in a good moment. We know that, and that's a challenge itself. It's not about comparing the situation. It's just preparing for this specific game, and yeah, it's a good one. I heard already. Ole said it's the best moment to have this game. Let's see.
Best moments to have this game, according to Jurgen Klopp, the manager of Liverpool. Wolverhampton Wanderers are currently beaten at home 2-3. Leeds United will take on Brighton and Hove Albion later by 4 p.m. West Ham United play host to Burnley. Fulham, North London Derby. I beg your pardon, West London Derby. 6:30 will be the time. 9 p.m. Leicester City, Southampton. We'll talk about Leicester in a bit. Spanish, German Bundesliga, no kickoff yet. All kickoff are at 3:30, except 6:30, when VfB Stuttgart will play host to Borussia Mönchengladbach. In the meantime, it's going to be FC Cologne against Hertha Berlin, Borussia Dortmund, Mainz 05, Hoffenheim, Arminia Bielefeld, Werder Bremen, Augsburg, Wolfsburg, Rasenball, Sport Leipzig. Italian Serie A, our first kickoff itself will be at 3 o'clock. Bologna, Hellas Verona, Torino, Spezia, Sampdoria, Udinese. And in the French League, kickoff will be by 5 p.m. Marseille will take on Nimes. Angers will play host to Paris Saint-Germain. The match wouldn't have come into Everton. All right, let's look at team news for both United and Liverpool as they set to clash tomorrow in winner take it all. I think it's a winner take it all, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a winner take it all tomorrow. So Anthony Martial and the Mathematics look to pick up knocks. To have picked up knocks at Tough Moor, while Victor Lindelof's back problem has kept him out of action. There are other undisclosed issues on the injury front, with fullback Brandon Williams, who played in this fixture last time, definitely unavailable. That's for Manchester United. For Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp provided an update in his press conference on Friday, yesterday, with Joe Matip still a doubt. Virgil van Dijk and Joe Gomez are already ruled out, and Naby Keita is definitely missing. Summer recruit Constantino Tsimikas and Diogo Jota are sidelined, but Thiago Alcantara returned to the side recently. So there you have it. Team news and injury updates for both clubs, Liverpool and Manchester United, as they set to square off tomorrow in what I call a winner take it all. First off, Trent Alexander-Arnold. What do you make of his performance recently? Do you agree with Chris Sesson that he's running out of sorts and giving out balls and all that?
Yes, he has been out of form this season. Actually, it's been a poor Arnold. You're seeing the worst of an attack-minded fullback here. When he's not in form, it's like he's a horrible footballer. He's a horrible player. He actually gave away the ball 38 times against Southampton, which is the most by any player in the Premier League this season, and it shows you the kind of form the man is in. But I just think it's one of those things you expect. He's a young player. I think because he has been doing it, he has done it consistently for like 2-3 seasons now. We seem to expect a lot from him, but we fail to realize that this man is just 22 years old, and there's bound to be that rough patch even for established footballers actually. So I just think he needs to calm down and find his way again, but definitely not in form.
So keep him a bit or continue playing him, Trent Alexander-Arnold?
Well, the only way for you to get back in form is to keep playing. You don't get back in form after being out of sorts by remaining on the bench. So the manager of the side, the very experienced Jurgen Klopp, has got to find a way to get the best of this man. Maybe he might not be playing full 90 minutes, but he could be coming in to some games, or maybe those games that are not so crucial like that of tomorrow. So the only way the guy can get back in form is for him to have game time. So the manager has just got to find a way to ensure he has game time. We know that this isn't Trent Alexander-Arnold. We've seen him at his very best last season during the lockdown. There were so many things happening. People were bringing up all these different how do I explain it? What do they call it? Greatest ever
fullback.
Greatest ever this. And I was so surprised on so many football legends. Their greatest ever fullbacks, Trent Alexander-Arnold. I know for two in particular, Trent Alexander-Arnold made it to the list at the age of 21. He was 21 then.
Yes.
He was just 21 and he made it to that list in 2 seasons at the club, to show you how spectacular he's been. So we know that this is not the best of Trent Alexander-Arnold. We know it's just going through a rough patch, just like Henry stated. Every footballer goes through that. We're seeing that of Timo Werner right now. He's going to get back in form, but the manager has got to take less risks with the man, because the last game against Southampton, where they lost that one, a lot of persons might say maybe it's because of the risk in playing Trent Alexander-Arnold. I think Liverpool were not the best in general on that particular day, but then the only way to get the best out of him is for him to keep on playing. So they've got to find a way to just give him some game time.
So how does Jurgen Klopp approach tomorrow's match if it's to keep out Trent Alexander-Arnold, who has had form struggle recently?
I think first off, I don't think Klopp will put him on the bench, because Klopp has been the type of manager to always play his players even when they're not in form, for them to find their way back to form. I think he will approach that United game with or without Arnold in the same way he has always approached these big games. We see Liverpool always prepared and ready to fire on all cylinders in these big games. We see them going gung-ho. They fear no one. They come out and play their game, and they go at you. You go at them. Like, you play your ball, I play my ball. Let's see who wins. Let's call it like that. I think Klopp is not going to change anything. He will respect the fact, like he always does, he will respect the fact that Man United are a good team. They're decent side, they're playing some fine football, they're in form now. But he will not throw out his philosophy just because of he's scared of Manchester United or because of his Manchester United. He's still going to play his game. He's a stubborn man. He's actually a very stubborn man, and he doesn't change his ways so easily. So I still see him playing. I still see Liverpool playing the way we know them to play, attacking, not sitting back or holding back, going all out.
All right. Bruno Fernandes can walk into any team in the Premier League.
Bruno Fernandes can walk into any team in the world right now.
Including Liverpool.
He can walk into. Let me say that he can walk into any team in the world.
If he walks into Liverpool, who is he gonna bench?
He can bench anybody.
No, he can't bench anybody. Right now, there are some players that are very important in that midfield. Wijnaldum is a very important player in that midfield.
Wijnaldum that's going to be leaving Liverpool at the end of the season.
Wijnaldum, his ball retention is very important to that team.
Wijnaldum will leave Liverpool at the end of this season.
Yes, but his ball retention is very important.
Fernandes will walk in and bench Wijnaldum.
He won't bench Wijnaldum.
This is how we are saying nobody can bench the front three. Diego Jota came in.
But he just hasn't benched anybody. Has he benched anybody?
No, the guy is injured now.
He found a way to play 4 of them together.
And he find a way to play 4 midfielders to accommodate. No, you know, I don't. I'm not a big fan of Manchester United, and I remember last season someone came to meet me and was telling me that that was just 2-3 months after Bruno Fernandes was signed, and the person came in to meet me and told me that Bruno Fernandes is the best player in the Premier League, and I almost slapped the person. That was back then in February, but I think I can say that for sure right now that the man is currently the best player in the Premier League. He's fantastic. You look at what he brings to the Manchester United team. I said he's Mr. United. I do not doubt that in any way. Very fantastic player. And we've seen him. He won the Premier League Player of the Month award for December.
Yeah.
Or was it December or January?
I think January. He won it for...
He just won it, like the one he won this week. This is the only player in Premier League history to win the award 4 times in a year.
In a single calendar year. Yeah.
Throughout Cristiano Ronaldo's stay at Manchester United, he did not win the Premier League Player of the Month award more than 3 times. So many great players. You were calling out Steven Gerrard. I was listening while coming, and Steven Gerrard got it 4 times. In how many years?
But not in a single calendar year.
Yeah. This is in how many years did it take Steven Gerrard to get it 4 times? Bruno Fernandes in 1 calendar year has won the Manchester United, not Manchester,
the Premier League Player of the Month.
Player of the Month award 4 times.
Yeah.
It is massive. It shows you what the man brings to the team. And, you know, we call him the X Factor. I do not doubt that in any way. I think he can comfortably walk into any team in the world, be it the Spanish La Liga, any team at all, and bench a player.
How about Bayern Munich? Can they comfortably walk into Bayern Munich?
Yes.
Manchester City.
Any team?
Yes. Yes.
I'm saying any team.
I am not a big fan of Man U, but I accept that fact.
I'm telling you. Yes, he can. Manchester City, who is even the midfielder now in Manchester City? If David Silva was there, he could have bent David Silva himself.
No. David Silva is still his daddy. David Silva is still his daddy.
He's his daddy.
Let's get that straight.
All right. If Bruno Fernandes walks into the Liverpool team, who do you think is going to bench? Because Chris Sutton believes he can walk into any team right now, any team in the Premier League right now, including Liverpool. Who will they bench, and what are your thoughts for the match against Manchester United tomorrow? Proper analysis of that match will be coming in tomorrow on the football aspects of today's Sports Live after we've done justice to all the sports. I mean, there are confirmations here and there. Alexander Povetskin bout against Dylan White has been confirmed for match 6. A lot will be talked about tomorrow on the not football stories aspects of it. And we'll also be looking at this match because the match is slated for 5:30 tomorrow, if my memory serves me right. So we'll talk more about it. But in the meantime, let's take your thoughts and reactions about that match tomorrow. If Bruno Fernandes walks into Liverpool, who would they bench? Because the belief and the guys in the studio unanimously have agreed that he can walk into any team in the world right now. And by the way, and for the records, Bruno Fernandes is the first player to win 4 Premier League Player of the Month awards in a single calendar year. So if he walks into Liverpool, who will he bench? Who will go back to the bench and he takes the reign? Questions demanding answers. 0817-000-0951 and 0810-9510-951. Should Liverpool go in shopping for a fullback? Because Trent Alexander-Arnold doesn't seem to have his onion at the moment. Struggling with form, busy giving out balls. Over 30 giveaways he did in the match against, was it Southampton?
Yeah.
And I can't recall a defender who does that. I can't. So should they go? I mean, it's the market. It's market time. It's market time. I beg your pardon. The supermarket is open. The general market is open. January transfer window it is. Later in the year we'll have the end of the season transfer window. I always have a problem with that word summer, because in Nigeria we don't have summer. Do we have summer? Do we have spring?
No.
So summer transfer window, that thing doesn't apply to us.
It's end of the season.
It's end of the season. That's what we know. We know rainy season. We know dry season. So all the summer, spring, this, that, not applicable to us. So at the end of the season transfer window that launches us into the new season. Yeah. So should Liverpool go in shopping for a backup fullback, or should they stick with Trent Alexander-Arnold? And if Bruno Fernandes is to walk into the Liverpool team, who would he bench? A response are required at the moment. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. Will the winner of the match tomorrow win the Premier League?
No. No. I don't. It's still too early to call. It's still too early to call. No. We can't say that. Even if Man United beat Liverpool tomorrow, which I feel is not going to happen, it's still match day 18. You still have 20 more matches to play, and it's still far.
95.1.
Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear. Your name and location.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, just called us to say good afternoon to us. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Henry.
It's still too far because you are seeing Man City just slowly creeping behind. No pressure on them. Guardiola is deflecting the whole title talk, and they are racking up the points. Even Liverpool themselves and Man United themselves are still in the mix. And we still see teams, knowing how this season is, a loss could draw you down to 9th from 3rd in the table, and you see yourself lagging behind. So it's still too early to call. We've seen Man City's first title. We saw this season. They led with 8 points. They threw it away. Man U came, led with 8 points. Man U threw it away, and City won the league. We've seen crazy things happen in football. So it's still too early. As a Liverpool fan, I can't tell you how many times we've topped the league in January and by December and failed to win the title. So it's still early to call, actually.
95.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Chukwuebuka, have you been sleeping?
No, I've not. I've been following the show. No.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for following the show, but we need it to be a bit lively.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, let me start from that Rooney and retirement.
Go ahead.
Rooney is a fantastic player, or was a fantastic player. Even if some people came here earlier, to embarrass themselves about drawing a comparison between Rooney and Gerrard. All the same, he's a very good player, very, very good player. Even as a Liverpool fan, you still have to give it to him. Had a fantastic career. But to draw that comparison between him and Gerrard, I think it's just funny, very funny. I don't know where you compare Rooney with Gerrard in terms of individuality. I don't know. But that's that. For Bruno Fernandes and where he fits in, or who he displayed in the Liverpool squad, for me, I think if as a Liverpool fan, if you allow me to choose, all things being equal, to choose first, because you can club play 3 midfielders. If I want to choose our first 3 midfielders, I think I will go with obviously this guy will be there. What's his name? Thiago Alcantara, then the guy who is our makeshift centre back for this season.
Is it Fabinho?
Yes, Fabinho will be there. Then I would have gone with Keita, but he's never fit. He's never fit. So it's either the captain or Wijnaldum. So for me, if you're asking me to find who to dislodge or remove to bring in Bruno Fernandes, it will be very hard. It will be very hard. I said the other time that Bruno Fernandes is a very good player. You can't take it away from him. Very good player. But I don't know.
Don't know who could be dropped for him to start up.
I really do not know. It would be very, very disrespectful to remove the captain for him. But I think man for man, I think he's a better player than Henderson. That's just me. I think he's a better player than Henderson. But for the fact that he's the captain, I don't know. I can't say he.
But do they really play the same role?
No.
Henderson and Bruno Fernandes. I think they are midfielders, yeah, but I think one is more defensive than the other.
The truth is that Henderson, I'm even confused these days. I don't know what he does.
He's more of a box-to-box midfielder.
Well, no. These days, I don't know what he does. To be very frank, I don't know what he does. That's the thing. I don't know what he does. But let's say from last season, the 30 million season, yeah, I could tell you, okay. But now I don't know what he does. So for me, I really do not know. And for the person who said Gerrard won the Player of the Month 4 times, that's not true. I think the person should go to the records again. It's not 4 times. And
he won it how many times?
I think it's 6 or 8, but I don't know. But it's more than 4. It's roughly more than 4. You should go back to the record. And for another thing that makes Bruno Fernandes look like he's a good player, but the thing that is making him look very exceptional is that you have to look at this season, or look at the Premier League this season, and know that the quality has dropped. The quality has really, really dropped. You can't compare the days of maybe the days Steven Gerrard and all the likes of really them played to this particular time in the Premier League now, because everything is really players, and it's just terrible. And somebody said he's the best player currently now in the Premier League. Nope.
Okay.
Kevin De Bruyne has been the best player since the last 3 seasons.
Okay.
I'm telling you, he's the best player. Even next season, he's still the best player. Kevin De Bruyne. I'm telling you, he's that good. He's the best player in the Premier League, second to Sadio Mane. That's the way I see things.
All right, thank you very much, Chiku Ebuka from Rumi Bo. Thank you very much for. All right, for Steven Gerrard and the number of times he has won the Premier League Player of the Month, it's actually 6. But the person didn't say. I think it was Henry. He didn't actually say he won. Like in general, he won it 4 times. I think the argument has been that there's someone that has won it up to 4 times, but just not in a single calendar year. All right, so he has won it 6 times: March 2001. March 2003, that's 2. December 2004, that's 3. April 2006, that's 4. March 2009, that's 5. And March 2014.
March is his year or is his month?
That's his.
Was he born in March?
That's his 6th time. So you could see 1 in each year. There is no year he won it twice. Steven Gerrard. So that's where the argument has been. All right. So Bruno Fernandes, the first player to win it 4 times in a single calendar year. Bruno Fernandes is the name. Where is he from? Portugal. All right, keep the contributions coming in as we look set to talk about Zlatan Ibrahimovic on the show before we look at the Spanish Super Cup and a bit of what's his name, Mauricio Pochettino and his French League all team Paris Saint-Germain. 11 days it took the man to win a trophy. Inside life. Okay, 0817 0000951 0810-951-0951. You can also drop predictions. Okay, maybe we'll do predictions tomorrow, yeah? Well, let's have your thoughts about the match to expect tomorrow. Super Sunday clash, Liverpool and Manchester United. 95.1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Name and location.
My name is Ifan calling from Papa.
Let's hear you fine.
I want to find out, Bruno Fernandes, does he have any trophy in his career?
Who? Bruno Fernandes, has he won any trophy in his career? With which club?
I don't know if Sporting won while he was there. I'm not sure. Not so sure.
You mean in his career generally, yes, or at Manchester United?
No, you know much as in Portugal. But you say that.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I'm hearing you. Yeah.
I said in Bruno Fernandes' career, do you have any trophy in his career?
Yes, he won the UEFA Nations League with Portugal. And also, you look at in with his club, Sporting Lisbon. He won the Taça de Portugal. He won the Taça de Liga in 2017.
Twice. Won that one twice, back to back.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you
And
very
he's
much.
also won a lot of individual
dropping
accolades.
yeah.
With the Primera Liga Player of the Year, Primera Liga Player of the Month. He's won that one
even at some point,
6 times.
Sporting Lisbon Footballer of the Year. 95.1. Hello. Greetings to you. Name and location. Eto, you've been on the low these days. What's happening? Okay. I think I was thinking maybe Frank Lampard broke your heart or something. That's why you've been on the low.
Since I was voted as the chairman of Aqua United Football
are you replacing Elder Paul Bassi? No, you just said chairman of Aqua United Football Club, and the only chairman I know is Elder Paul Bassi.
Hear me clear. Elder Paul Bassi is the chairman of Aqua United Football Club.
Okay.
I'm the chairman of Aqua United Football Fans in Rivers State chapter.
Oh, Rivers State chapter, eh?
Fans.
Okay. So your own. It's a wait. Your own at to stay Rivers State. They say Rivers State. They wait for Aqua United. Let me so. You know they go with you.
When I've been voted as a chairman, I will be moving from one state to the other now. So
okay.
In that case, now the next home match, I will be there.
So you'll be. Eto, most likely. Listen, most likely I'll be in Uyo for the next Aqua United home match. If I don't find you. If I don't find you.
I will write my billboard, carry out for my back. For them to vote here as Aqua United football fans, that is not the reason. I will do my job now. So,
all right, man. Let's hear you.
As for that, Manchester United and Liverpool tomorrow, I'm seeing that match. We are the one-sided affair. Because even if he asks the grandmother on the street or his children, they will tell you the winner. The winner have already decided this. It's just for me to bring it to the reality for you people to watch. Somebody like me, I've already watched it last night, and I've already seen the winner.
The man with the spirit.
The winner is Liverpool, 3-0 or 3-1. So, as Bruno Fernandes, I don't even see what the guy is playing that they gave him such award. The after that he play turn his egg up and down, and they are not giving him such award for the role. And this was just for what he did. He just Fernandes. He just carry award giver. My guy, he not deserve that award. I bet. As for me, he not deserve. As for my Chelsea,
okay.
I believe that they should show this man. This is a high time for we to show Frank Lampard the exit door, because we don't want to think we are not a patient side like our Arsenal fans. We can't. We are not even most of marry and the rest. We are Arsenal good in marriage. We are not good. They should give way. So they should give way. Frank Lampard should give way so that our football can come back alive. That is the way I'm seeing it, guys.
All right.
Thank you. Aqua United all the way. Thank you.
Aqua United all the way, man. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. Now, this statistic will actually surprise, or maybe not surprise, some persons. It's according to Opta. This particular stat I'm going to read out right now. It's actually according to Opta, and it says Manchester United have been awarded 27 penalties in 118 games in all competitions under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That is in comparison to 19 in 143 games under his predecessor. Who was that predecessor?
What is this?
Mourinho. Mourinho. And who is always at the center of those penalties?
Rashford.
Bruno Fernandes.
And Rashford said something that it was Mourinho that taught him, you know.
You have to be savvy about it.
And Mourinho was like, okay, you want start to conclude, yeah? So go to Opta. And Opta actually replied 95.1.
Relax, I come back.
It's a go ahead.
I want to talk about Mauricio Pochettino.
Okay.
You know that there are some clubs whereby they don't need coach. Whereby you can put one of the players.
One of those clubs will be?
One of those clubs are a club like PSG, where the Mauricio Pochettino is managing now. So, as for me, for him to win a trophy is not a surprise to me. Because on 11 days to win a trophy, something that you couldn't win in almost 10 to 9 years. So you win it in the next 11 days. So as for me, there are some clubs that don't want a coach. You can bring anybody on the street to go and coach PSG, and they will still win
trophy.
So as for me, congratulations to him. I believe that things have started in that winning way. To continue in that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, man. Thank you very much for being sarcastic about that. There was a point in time I said that about Barcelona. There was a point in time. I mean, as at that time, Iniesta was still there, Xavi was still there, and we had an argument on Facebook in a football club, a football fans group, which I'm a member on Facebook, and I told them that anyone can walk into that Barcelona team as at that time, and just send those guys into the pitch and tell them play, and they will just go there and play and get the result. And the Scolari said something of that. Was it Scolari said something of that nature about the Brazilian national team at some point, that he got there, he saw this player, and was like, what am I going to tell these guys again? Just go in there
and play
and get the job done. Okay, we lost that one. Keep the calls coming through 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Back to the phone lines. 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Chuku.
Yeah, Chuku from Israel.
Let's hear you, man.
I think Bruno deserves that, and I wish one of those Chelsea guys could just perform like half of what Bruno has been doing for Man.
Yeah.
Whenever he came over to England, that guy is fantastic. And he has been the pride of mine. So whatever I want is getting 4 times, play of the come on, he deserves it. No match you go, man, you score, he doesn't score. He hardly gets injured. He hardly gets injured.
Yeah, true.
That is just so good for me. I like that kind of buy where I wish Chelsea had when the likes of Timo and Havertz were coming, but too bad. They are not left to your situation. So for the Liverpool and Man match tomorrow, I don't know. I'm tired of praying for Man to lose. The Man pray for them to lose.
The more they get results.
And the what happens to Chelsea, they lose. So instead, let them play whatever they want to play. I can't talk about my team. Too bad I can't talk about Chelsea now because I don't know what to say. I'm just praying Chelsea lose today. We have been praying all weekend. Let them continue losing. Because it seems as if the top 4 is even far from us this day. Let's all just, as for me, this season is good as over. I've already given up. Champions League, and let's go with you with us. That one is we are over. We are finished.
Chai.
So for this evening, let us lose our next match. So that we can start this guy, this English guy. That's the prayer. That's all. Thank you.
Chai.
Paul Lampard.
Chai. Paul Lampard, my brother. Fabio Silva is trending on Twitter, by the way. First Premier League goal for Wolverhampton Wanderers in open play. Fernandes is also trending on Twitter. Mesut Ozil, by the way, should be on his way to Fenerbahce. 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
I'm Ifeanyi calling from Port Harcourt.
Let's say you're fine.
I want to say something about Fernandes.
Go ahead.
Yes, the truth is that Fernandes deserves the award. He's a very good player. Don't mind all these Chelsea fans that are calling and saying he doesn't deserve anything. If you look into the game he's playing, you know the guy has an impact at Manchester United. As for Chelsea and Lampard, it's a permanent, so go keep Lampard there. They are going to keep Lampard. Lampard is a shot legend. They are going to coach them. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show this afternoon and telling us your thought about that one. Like I mentioned, Mesut Ozil should be on his way out of Arsenal to Fenerbahce, and the deal looks set. Some memories of Ozil at Arsenal and all that. By the way, Michael Richards, former defender for Manchester City and Aston Villa, at some point has said that the football world has not been fair to Mesut Ozil, thinking it's just so easy to sit back and enjoy the huge amount of wages, weekly wages, 350,000 coming in every week. He has been in that situation at some point, so shouldn't just judge the man by that. So it should be on its way to Fenerbahce. And all right. So guys, I've been thinking thoughts. I've been thinking too much recently. And I'll tell you what I've been thinking after this call. 95.1.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, this is Chigozie from
Sorry?
This is Chigozie from
Chigozie, let's hear you.
Okay, please, I want to ask, I didn't follow up, I didn't join the show on time. What is Bruno Fernandes doing? Is he Man U of the players or which one? Premiership?
Premiership Player of the Month. He has won it 4 times in a single calendar year.
Well, if you permit me to say, I don't think he deserves it.
You don't think he deserves it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, tell me why you don't think he deserves it.
Because if you check, he's not even a match to Bruno Fernandes. Kevin De Bruyne. Even there are some other players that are even far more better than him, like Sadio Mane is better than him. And who again will I even mention? So many of them, even Vardy is better than him, though they are not playing on the same position.
Jamie Vardy?
Yes. He's better than him. If you compare with Bruno Fernandes, I don't see. Yeah, Manchester United, they lately, or maybe people have been accusing them of being a powerhouse in England. I think sometimes those things they are just trying to favor Manchester United. Yes, not that Bruno Fernandes. Those they are just hyping the guy's name too much. I don't see. Yeah, he's a good player. But if you check his maybe passes or his work accuracy is good, but he doesn't contribute much in the field of play.
All right.
Where I see it though.
Okay.
That's fine. So talking about what again did you mention? Chelsea, because I'm a Chelsea fan. I think Lampard has tried his best. Yes,
okay.
He should give way. Because the players he brought for us, I don't know. We are not. He hasn't. Look at where we are on the table before. Look at where we are now. So I don't know whether we are going front or we are going back. And if you continue like this, we might end up not even. Somebody said Abramovich said he will sack Lampard if Chelsea is not qualified for top 4. So and it will be very, very. It depends on if we didn't get to top 4 at the end of the season.
All right.
So if I may say, I think he just give way and somebody else to just bring in new ideas.
All right.
All
right, Chigozie. Thank you very much for dropping by. Thank you. Appreciate it. 95.1.
Reliance, I call back.
Quickly, too.
There's no way they should take this. Whether he played this because of Manchester United, there's no way to take this issue. In clear and direct. How can they say that if they should give me such award? We have been seeing different kind of exploits in England. And they did not give them such an award. And look at Bruno. What did he do under 1 year? Look at you want to call people like Edinazar. What do you want to call Cristiano Ronaldo? Even current Kevin De Bruyne. The better person. Who else? Why more? Which kind of bias? Where will they come from bring this kind of result? Just to give me such award.
All right.
All right. You know that at the end of this season, they will carry premiership and give it to Man U.
Is that what you're foreseeing?
They already decided they will give them a trophy. It's obvious. The blind man can see that there is no deserve. I don't know where it comes from.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eto. Just before I move on, so Jose Mourinho said or responded to Marcus Rashford saying that he learned how to be penalty savvy under Jose Mourinho when he was the manager of the club. And Mourinho was asked about that. Mourinho said, for stats, go to Opta. Go to my history as a manager and compare numbers and take your conclusion. And Opta actually replied that in 67 Premier League appearances under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Marcus Rashford has won 6 penalties, 3 times as many as he won in 81 appearances under Jose Mourinho. 2. Proper response. Guys, there's no way we'll wrap up talking about Premier League without mentioning the whole talk of finding a way to celebrate players, finding a way to celebrate when they score goals and all that. They use the falls about the second wave of COVID-19 in England has made the government as well as Premier League authorities to mandate players to find a way to celebrate. And I'm asking, you want these guys to find a way to celebrate and maybe to just maybe do high fives and stuff, but these guys tackle each other. What difference does it make?
Okay,
go ahead.
You hear some things where you just want to say, so no gel at all. It don't make sense. And that's the truth. I think I'm trying to remember the particular manager who was spot on with it, saying these players share together.
Mm-hmm.
These players are living together. They train together.
Yeah.
So
in the dressing room,
before they
come
they
out
are together, they do everything. So is it when they are now the 90 minutes on the pitch that now makes a difference for the how many hours they spent in training, they spent together in the dressing room, they spent together in the shower? You know, you begin to ask yourself, does it really make sense? And it's going to make football so robotic. Already we're trying to get used to the fact that there are no fans in the stadium with all the VAR, you know. Football is becoming quite mechanical. I think if you just make this one, imagine you finish scoring a goal in the 90th minute and you start and people are doing COVID-19 wave. What is that? Oh, you're not giving yourself elbow. Come on. And they get tested every other week. I think that was Frank Lampard's point, that we get tested every other week. So what exactly is the problem if we are playing on the pitch? You're now saying we should not celebrate. I don't know the rationale behind it. I don't think it's going to help in curbing the spread of COVID-19 because at the end of the day, these guys are together and you test them before they play. So what exactly is the issue?
What exactly is the issue? Henry, do you have an answer to that question?
I just think it's a way of, let's say, the government trying to show that they are
in control.
They are in control, basically. That is it. Because like Victor said, they train together. They even have contacts with people outside the camps. They go home to their families. They meet people outside. So that's few seconds in which they high five and hug each other on the pitch makes no difference for me, basically. Because over the training, they hug, they joke around, they play. It's part of being footballers and being human beings. So stopping celebration for me, it makes no difference with curbing the spread of COVID-19.
All right, it's full time at the Molineux. West Bromwich Albion winners over Wolverhampton Wanderers 3-2. Semi Ajayi is currently talking to the press after he had that fantastic header that drew West Bromwich Albion level until the third goal came in. So full time at that center, 3-2 in favor of West Brom. Today's Sports Live is the program you're listening to, coming to you from this favorite dial of yours, Today95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. You're hearing the voice of a reliable, the spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Sudan. Victoria is here, and Henry Ogugwo, right? I beg your pardon. Please permit me and pardon me for murdering your name. Henry Ogugwo is also here. We're going to go for a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back after the break. Stay with us.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Welcome to Returns Market Investment Nigeria Limited, a financial home that has impacted life and meaning to many lives, homes, and companies with values using strictly the international capital trade market business for the past years and still counting in Nigeria. Returns Market Investment Nigeria Limited has succeeded in delivering prompt and reliable 10% monthly returns on investment for investors with a minimum startup capital of 300,000 naira only and a maximum capital of 100 million naira only. If you're looking for assured and reliable security for your funds and consistent delivery of returns on investment, think Returns Market Investments Nigeria Limited. Contact our office today at Returns House, number 33B, Rumuola Stadium Link Road, after NMPC Filling Station, Rumuola, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, or call us on 0815-518-9002 or visit www.returnsinvestmentsnigerialimited.com. Choose financial freedom. Choose Returns Market Investments Nigeria Limited.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Take you away.
And Wolverhampton Wanderers has been taken away by West Brom, and Shemi Ajayi was part of the scorers in that one. Today, Sports Live it is. We're glad that you're still there listening to us. Reliable Reliance Sudan is my name. There's Victor Rahi here. There's Henry Ogugua. And there's also you listening to us on Twitter. We are at Today FM 951. Copy me at Reliable Rely. There is Victoria, his Twitter handle too. His handle is at Victor Oriahi, and we are taking your contributions on the show. And I mean, we'll get back to it. But guys, I've been thinking, we have exceptional players in football. Quick mention will be Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. And I'm asking, can we add Zlatan Ibrahimovic to that bracket?
Yes, definitely.
Should Zlatan be added to that bracket of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi? Is it really there?
I think Ronaldo and Messi are demigods. Let's put it that way. But barring Ronaldo and Messi, the standards those guys have set has been extraordinary.
Yeah.
There are very few players that can match up to that. But barring that, we've seen very great footballers over time, even within their period, like Zlatan, like you mentioned. I think.
Can he be added to that bracket? That's a straight up question.
It's difficult because you can make a case for him being added to that bracket. And you can also be like, he has not yet, he hasn't done enough to what he hasn't done what they have done. But I'm of the opinion that you can't actually, because he has done it. Zlatan has done it at the top level for years, from Ajax to Juve, Inter, Milan, PSG. Call it. Zlatan has been Zlatan. He has been consistently delivering, and you can't write that off. You can't discountenance that. So I feel yes, you can put him in that bracket. If it wasn't for the form these two men have had over the years, Zlatan would have been a World Footballer of the Year. He would have been, a World Footballer of the Year. So I think I'll put him in that same bracket, definitely.
With Ronaldo and Messi.
Yes, definitely. Zlatan.
Victor, what about you?
I remember saying something like this. We actually talked about this sometime last year when Roberto Mancini made a comment saying, I just had to go through my phones to get that particular one. He said Ibrahimovic is on the same level as Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, a lot of persons believed, no, now it's not true. But when you look at it, for me personally, I don't think he is on the same level.
Okay.
But I think he is far, far above
Every
a lot of
others.
other players.
So
it's more like a Ronaldo, Messi level.
At
Then
that
there's
level.
a particular level just beneath it where Zlatan Ibrahimovic belongs. And then we have the others because he has been a fantastic player.
Yeah.
This guy is approaching his 40s and he's still playing football. He has done it. He's the highest goal scorer ever in PSG. He won trophies there at PSG. Left PSG. He has played in Italy. He has played in England with Manchester United when a lot of person... And I remember I was watching a YouTube video recently talking about Zlatan's best moments. They asked him to read out his best sayings and it was hilarious. He said something in England that... I can't remember. I can't really.
He says a lot of funny things.
He says a lot of funny things, by the way. But I just can't remember. But then we saw this man go to the United States of America, where he conquered the MLS. While he was leaving, he was telling them, "You are welcome. Like, I did you a favor for coming to the MLS." That's how enigmatic he is.
Zlatan knows what Zlatan was.
I tell you, they say, who is worse, a Lion or Zlatan? They asked him who the best Premier League player was at the moment. While he was with Manchester United, it was like, Lukaku is strong, Aguero is good, and the presenter said, you didn't mention Zlatan. And he said, lions don't compare themselves with humans. We had something like that during the COVID-19.
Yeah.
He said COVID dare tried. That was when he got tested positive. He said COVID dare tried to challenge me.
Yeah.
I can't remember the way he put it, but then that was the statement. COVID dare tried to challenge me. So he's that enigmatic. He's egoistic. I don't know. But then somehow he talks. He's talk and do. When he says something, he does it. When he left the MLS, I thought he was going to quit.
Yeah.
I thought he was probably going to go to Malmo or somewhere in Sweden to just end his career, and decides to go back to AC Milan, and now he's gotten 11 goals for the team this season. Massive for the man.
Because of injuries. I think the numbers
could have been more.
Yeah.
Definitely. He could have been more.
Injury.
So I think he might not be at that level because these two guys in particular have revolutionized football. They've turned football around, and there's no way we would ever mention for years to come, decades, maybe centuries. There's no way we'll ever talk about football without mentioning Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi.
So for you,
Ibrahimovic might not be there, but he's just really, really close to that level.
All right. Henry believes he's there, and Victor believes he's just somewhere beneath Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. What about you? Is Zlatan Ibrahimovic at the same level with Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi? Keep your contributions coming in. By the way, the Spanish Super Cup will be coming up tomorrow. Barcelona will face Athletic Club de Bilbao in the final of the Spanish Cup tomorrow, after the Basque side beat Real Madrid 2-1 in the semi-finals on Thursday. Raul Garcia secured the victory for Marcelino's men at La Rosaleda in Malaga, even though Karim Benzema went back for Los Blancos. The wait means there will be no Clásico final, and instead Barca will face a team they met in La Liga just over a week ago. Ronald Koeman's side ran out 32 winners at San Mamés on January 6th, with Lionel Messi scoring twice, and Pedri was also on target. Is it in any way, what's the word now? A bite, maybe, on Real Madrid to miss out on the Spanish Cup final?
No, I don't think so. It's been a turbulent season for Madrid, actually. So it wasn't shocking to see them lose to Bilbao, actually. And Bilbao are seeing a new lease of life under their new manager, Marcelino. So it wasn't so shocking. And we've seen how Madrid has been poor this season. But I know they would have wanted to be there because Barcelona made it to the finals, the whole Madrid-Barca rivalry and everything. But I don't think it's much of a dent. They won it last season. They can sit out for this season definitely and try and focus on the league and Champions League, which is probably priority for them right now.
Victor, what about you?
Not in.
Does it take anything off Real Madrid?
I think it's just the icing on a badly prepared cake. It's been coming for Real
Not the
Madrid.
one prepared by my auntie, anyways. she's good at what she does.
Okay, it's been coming for. I hope you bring some to the office. Okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's been coming for Real Madrid. They've not had it. They've not had it go smoothly for them, and I think it's just obvious. When you don't have it go smoothly for you, these kind of results are bound to happen. It could have done. I expected Barcelona to also crash out. It was just fate that made them not to. I mean, the penalty shootout. Normally, Barcelona would easily progress through to the next round. I mean, but I expected, when I saw the way Barca struggled to make it through to the final, I said it's going to be the same tale for Real Madrid. And I'm sad that we're not going to be seeing an El Clasico, yet another El Clasico, for the final of the Spanish Super Cup. But I think this is going to be a big one for the manager of Barca if he's able to win this trophy.
All right. So who gets it for you? The match comes up tomorrow, proper Barca. But I've asked this question as many times as I can recall, because I look at the Barcelona team and I look at the current set of players and I look at the manager and I look at the situation surrounding Barca and I keep asking myself, is there anything to take home from this Ronald Koeman's Barcelona?
No. They've looked out of sorts. They've looked poor. We saw the game against Granada. Like I said last week, that there will be games like that, definitely. There will be games where Barcelona will look unplayable, but overall this season they've been actually poor and appalling. And I don't think it's the players, because if you look at it, there are a lot of good players in that team. I feel it's the coach and the system in which they are playing in. It's not just working. That is just basically it, because you can't classify Dembele as a bad player. You can't classify Coutinho as a bad player. Even Griezmann, these were fantastic players in their rights before they came to Barcelona, and they've come and all of a sudden they are stuttering. I think it goes beyond the players. I think the management, the board.
But Dembele's own didn't just start. I mean, Ronald Koeman met Dembele at Barca, and Dembele has been in and out of the team, maybe injuries and all that. So maybe you might want to take out Dembele from the list.
Yeah, okay, Dembele, definitely you want to take him out, but it's not just working with Koeman. It's like something of when you watch Barcelona under Koeman, it's like something is just not right. It's not working. That's the easiest explanation for it. Basically, it's not just working.
You know when you taste a meal and you know something is wrong with this meal, but you can't
exactly
really point it out.
What's that?
You see, what exactly is the problem? I think that's how it is. Watching Barcelona play of recent, you just tell this is not Barca, but you can't really tell what is that missing spark in the team.
Maybe
somehow, sometimes they do get of recent. We saw the run. Lionel Messi, he's been performing well. He didn't play in their last game. I feel maybe if he had played, they would have maybe done that without the help of a penalty shootout. Yeah. So, but talking about the Spanish Super Cup final tomorrow, I'm going to give it to Athletic Bilbao. I think Athletic Bilbao will win it. They've had a very great run, and it's a cup game. It's a cup game. It's a neutral venue. They're going to be throwing their all. Marcelino has done somewhat well for the team since he came into the M of affairs. I think they stand a chance. It's going to be quite feisty, and they might win on penalties.
Do you share the same? Should I call that sentiment? That's not sentiment, is it?
Same opinion.
You share the same opinion as Victor. That Athletic Club, the Bilbao, will win it.
Yes, I think they have a good chance, especially with I'm a big fan of Marcelino, actually. His style of play is 4-4-2 counter-attack.
So are you sure you're not predicting this on sentiment?
No, it's not. It's not only sentiment.
Because you're fan.
It's not only. Sentiment is somewhere, but not only.
It's not only sentiment.
Yeah, it's not only sentiment. Let's put it like that, because we also see that Barcelona teams always tend to struggle against his Villarreal and Valencia side. So I think Bilbao have a good shot with him at the helm of affairs, definitely.
All right, let's take your contributions on the show, and let's see what you make of Barcelona season thus far, as well as their chances when they take on Athletic Club, the Bilbao, tomorrow in the Spanish Super Cup. no El Clasico for you if you're expecting that, because Real Madrid will booted out by the club that will be taking on the Barca side tomorrow. So that's what it is. And it's Zlatan at the same level with Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. I want to get your contribution about that one. Let's hear your thoughts about that one as well. And you can as well, jump in or weigh in on the conversation about Mauricio Pochettino and his French league. On how far do you see him going with the French league on side? I mean, the primary target for Paris Saint-Germain probably should be the Champions League at this point. But how do you fire a manager that's known for winning trophies and then bringing in someone who has never tested a trophy before, and you're looking to win the most prestigious trophy in club football, the Champions League? 95.1. Hello? Chiku, let's hear you.
I want to win to the backup stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm hearing your guys saying that it's command is the problem. For me, I think that team is the problem. Come on, the backup we knew. We have the air dynamics, we have Javi. For goodness sake, those are midfield generals. I'm looking at the backup squad and I'm seeing Dion. Who is Dion? Who is Pedri? These are just upcoming guys. Pedri closes out, give one of those kind of passes David does or whatever assist. Come on. For me, that squad is fed that way. Just like what happened in Arsenal. Those Arsenal glory days, don't have the Vieira. Then all of a sudden, those guys you have faced out and you have this fabric as featherweight. For goodness sake, I'm looking at against Risk Society. I'm looking at Risk Society, their match against Risk Society. Messi was not in that match. They struggled. Who was striking Brent's way, for goodness sake? How is that guy playing in Barca? I ask myself. The Dembele we talk about, this guy has not even shown enough. Like one match is good, next match is not doing well. The next match is injured for 3-4 months. Come on, that's squad for me. That midfield alone, no. This guy is like, I think he's wearing out. Busquets, they need new challenge for me. Those guys in that midfield, they're not doing more. The young has not performed for me. Pedri is trying, but come on, he's not doing the work that those days when I watch back, I see Iniesta, I see Xavi. Yeah. Messi has the freedom to do whatever he does when he has those kind of guys at his back. So for me, come on, we should stop blaming Koeman. He's trying with this squad. Yeah, I do watch back matches these days, and I've been seeing this guy now, this former school guy now. He has been trying to the kind of freedom. I see him playing some good, but he has not lived up to expectation. For me, bottom line, that squad for me is too poor. For the back, I knew 10. Compare this squad and last 4-5 years. I doubt if anybody in that midfield will see smart, even the full squad apart from Messi. That's what I feel. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So for him, it's not about Ronald Koeman, it's about the squad. What about you? And you can also weigh in on the conversation bordering about this month's Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Lionel Messi, and of course, Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's take some messages right now from the WhatsApp portal. This one says, Frank from Rumo Croatia says, let me create a statement on peak. Barca could have done well without a coach. Pick Barca with Xavi, Iniesta, Alves, and the GOAT went trophyless with Tata Martino. It shock you? Why you go shock me? Why you go shock me? And I'm not even seeing how that is a correction. Okay, then this one sent us a picture. Where is this one coming from? Liverpool to Manchester United to special team. Lewis Jr. And where's he coming from? Good afternoon, guys. My name is Liberty from Rumo Hollow. Correct score for tomorrow match. I don't play, I'll finish.
So he said, according to him, he said it's 2-2.
According to him, that he said the match should be 2-2 tomorrow. Okay, let's see some messages from our SMS portal. This one says, Lampard kits are Mount, Abraham, James, Chilwell. These are English players. A new coach will loan Abraham out and maybe James too and drop Mount to the bench. Oscar KJ. This one says, I love what you just said about Martial not being fit because he kills games a lot. Ike from a chair. Earlier on he said, I wish Rooney the best, but those people saying he will fail are Manchester United enemies. Ernest from Woji, Bruno Fernandes won't be able to bench Mount because Lampard is still Chelsea coach. Sarcasm for the Premier League. Let Europa start. Let Manchester United play on Thursday and play on Saturday. That league they are dreaming of winning, eh? Let them just ask what Arsenal went through when they were playing Europa at the beginning of the season. Okay. This one says, good afternoon, guys in the studio. Will Jamie Vardy play today's match against Southampton? Well, I'm not sure that the lineup is out just yet.
But Ings isn't playing.
Ings, right?
Yeah.
Ings tested positive for COVID, so he's not going to be part of that match. 0 Champions League, 0 Ballon d'Or, 0 Golden Shoe, the same league with Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. How? This is a massive disrespect, okay? Number ends with 2372. This one says Zlatan isn't on Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo's level. He's on Neymar's level. That's Barcelona Neymar. And Victor, it's Cavani that's PSG's highest scorer, not
second. I think second to Zlatan.
Okay.
Apologies for that.
Not Ibra. Time has exposed Madrid yet again. Don't blame Koeman too much. They are still Messi dependent. If Lionel Messi plays, Bilbao shouldn't dream of that trophy. From Bad Commando. Sending another message again saying the caller that said De Jong, Dembele and Pedri are not good. Those boys are exceptional. We are under transition. All Europe top teams will rush to sign those boys. From Bad Commando. Heading to Twitter right now to take your contributions as well, even as we look to wrap up things on the show this afternoon. This one says, okay, see. All right, so Fenerbahce have signed 23-year-old Nigerian midfielder Bright Osai Samuel from QPR Sky Sports, leaving England at 23 to Turkey. Victor.
Yeah, not bad in any way for Bright Osai Samuel. The guy was fantastic for QPR, Queen's Park Rangers, in the championship last season. And I thought he was going to be making that move. But waiting till this very moment, he joins Victor Moses. Victor Moses is still at Fenerbahce.
No, he's in Spartak Moscow now.
Spartak Moscow now. So going to Fenerbahce, the rumors of Mesut Ozil going there as well.
Yeah.
So, it might just be a very good decision for Bright Osai Samuel. He's very young.
23.
The guy has, I think this is like his football, the peak of his football age. Or this is where you get the best of a footballer. So going to join Fenerbahce might just be the step in a right direction.
All right. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. That will be the size of the package for the first edition of the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live. The second part kicks off in just a moment with Wisdom Obina and the rest of the crew talking about Nigerian football. By the way, the Nigerian under-17 Golden Eagles have qualified for AFCON.
These are things that annoy me. I'm very annoyed. I wish I was in the second part, but let's just let it go. Why did they qualify?
They qualified.
No, they'll win that trophy.
I'm telling you. I thought I'm the only one thinking that way.
They'll win that trophy. I just
feel the whole MRI thing is what put them down. They just need to cross.
Anyways, it's 4 o'clock already, and Wisdom will be coming in anytime. Thank you very much for being a part of the first half of the show, and I appreciate your text messages, your calls, your tweets. We appreciate all of them. I remain a reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Sudan. Victoria, he was here. Henry Ogugwa was here, and there is Chidubem Joku standing by to take over for the second part of the show. There's also Saz Ihenwe, who will be greeting the whole world. Good afternoon, be good evening once he's introduced. In anything you are doing, always remember to give it a little bit of a sacrifice, because trust me, there is no success whatsoever without a sacrifice. Have a wonderful evening. Not that kind of sacrifice anyway. Don't mind Chidubem.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah, and the world's gonna know your name. You burn with the brightest flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You
could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're
standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the birth flame. And the world's gonna know your name.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Yeah. I go a daily. I'm a mock and what time they go. Cause I pull up in the mutton jas on. Sama kigada guago, I go talk about Wukade zone. It's even like a simile walk. Past life when I Wukade born. And about the boga jabo. Yeah, Fino on your highway. Here is the highway. Omaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm the highway. To be on a highway. Man, the trouble, what up, and highway. Look on the wine me. Baka. Here. Okay, men. On your brother, Jack, copy a siawa, the fade there. For long wagon on compete. A second street, no compete. Listen, and they keep on 100. Money, the man, it talk on play. Fino on your highway. Here is the highway. Omaka highway. Shalom na highway. Oh, I'm the highway. To be on a highway. Man, the trouble, what up, and highway. The banjo, why me? Change. Baka. Adia.
DJ K-Wise.
Yo, Adamaka, Adabamba. When I'm on the talk, Adabamba. I send a very late on now. I got you people on wagon on company. Toyota na Porsche, no company. Listen to they keep on 100. My colonel me husband. Che, I go a daily. I'm a mock and what time they cause I pull up in the mutton jas on. Papa Sama Kigada guago. I go talk about Wukade zone. It's a bit like a simile walk. Past life when I Wukade born. And about the boga jabo. Fino on your highway. Here is the highway.
A very good evening and welcome to Today's Sports Live, the second part. Reaching you from your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Are you on the highway? Traveling to wherever or returning, like some of the boys are in the MPFL, traveling to their various destinations, some of them to play in the Nigerian Professional Football League tomorrow as they take on their various counterparts as the games come thick and fast, match day 5. But that's how I welcome you to today's edition of the very exciting program where we talk everything Nigerian football. Exclusive local content right here on Today 95.1 FM. No one does it better, trust me on that one, when it comes to talking domestic football, the MPFL, the NWPL, whatever it is. We are your number one dial and we're always here for you to give you everything you need to know. And we'll be serving you all the latest, juiciest, and of course the trendy stories as far as local football is concerned. From now up until the 6 o'clock hour, I'll be doing that right here in the studio. And of course, I'm not alone. I've got two men here with me. They are also handsome looking men and happily single, I think. Wisdom Obina, maybe you have to refute that. Good evening and welcome to the show, Superman.
Well, Osas is married.
Oh, I forgot about Osas. I'm sorry. Osas is happily married. I should have said that. I was thinking it was someone else. But for the record, please, Osas's wife, don't murder me. I'm very sorry for that.
Oh yeah,
error.
that is her husband.
Osas is happily married. But Wisdom is happily single.
Good evening to you. Good evening
Wisdom
to
is
you,
happily single for the record.
Good evening to you, Osas. Good evening to you, Chidubim. Good evening
Are you going to refute
you
that?
listening. Well, Manchester United they looked like a single bunch until they brought in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and even at some point it looked like it was a single run. We have seen Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors are looking like a single team, even if they do have the coach at the moment. So we would see. But it's great to be here, Chidubim. Good evening to you. And of course, the MPFL, NNL, NWFL, too many things on the menu when it comes to Nigerian football, not forgetting our players abroad. It's great to be here. Good evening to you.
Okay, he didn't refute my claim. That means Wisdom is happily single. To the man who is happily married, Osas Ehinwe. Yes, the demigod of sports. Welcome and good to have you on the side of the show.
Yeah, good evening, Chidudin, and beautiful evening to everyone out there. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. As you all know, it's your premium talk news and sports radio station, and we're here to bring to you one part of that trio, and that's sports. It's the second half of today's Sports Live, where we discuss everything that has to do with Nigerian sports. Yes, in the fullest of it. So sit back, relax as we take you through the smoothest ride you can ever get from the world of sports down this side of the Niger. Yes, we're not on the highway on this one anyway.
Definitely, we are not on the highway, but we are on the highway of sports. Make no mistakes and sit back, relax, and enjoy. It is the 16th day of January 2021. How many times has it rained this year? 5 times? That's weird for a January. Normally, we are supposed to be seeing Hamatan and the heat in its elements, but it's not just about Rivers State. It's been raining virtually in most parts of the country, and it's strange. 2021, I don't know, it seems you've been reading the past questions of 2020 when it comes to weirdness and being berserk. But like we've told you, we have quite a lot on the menu today. We'll be talking about MPFL Match Day 5. Lots of exciting games to talk about. Your favorite teams are all in action. But those games will not be played today. They will be played tomorrow on Sunday by 4 p.m. And yes, the Golden Eaglets. I'm particularly surprised that I'm talking about the Golden Eaglets at this point, because I thought by now they should have kissed the tournament goodbye. Talking about the Wafu B on the 17 championship, but somehow, call it a stroke of luck, a stroke of magic. Maybe not. Maybe a stroke of God, because we are a country who believes so much in the power of God, and maybe God is a Nigerian, like they say. The Golden Eaglets are through to the final of that competition. Can you believe it? But they'll be facing a team that beat them, or they drew against in the first game of this tournament. Talking about Cote d'Ivoire. We'll be talking about that, and also talking about Odion Igalo. The man could just be back to the Super Eagles. If what he said recently is anything to go by, you might just be seeing Odion in the Super Eagles again. And then there's also a gist of where he could be heading away from Manchester United very soon. We'll be talking about all this and more, giving you updates as well from the games currently on in the English Premier League, in the Bundesliga, the Spanish Primera Liga, that's the La Liga, and of course, every other action in Italia Serie A as well. But I've got one game currently in action in the English Premier League, and some other games. West Bromwich Albion are currently taking on Burnley.
That's West Ham.
West Ham, coached by the former Manchester United man, David Moyes. 1-0. West Ham currently lead Sean Dyche's Burnley side, and we'll be giving you more updates from the games as they progress. But we are also an interactive program. As you know, we have you join us on the show at some point, and the phone lines will be open in due course. But for now, you can send in your SMS. The number is 0701-933-9962. Tell us what you expect from your teams in their games tomorrow in the MPFL. And of course, you can also weigh in on our discussions about Odion Igalo, about the under-17s, and lots more. And of course, we are also live on Twitter. The handle is at TodayFM951. Please go there and follow us. We implore you to go there and follow us, because we give you updates. And it's not just about sports, but also everything you need to know. So you go there and follow that handle. And of course, my handle is at ChidubameNJ. And today, I've put up a tweet for you. And who knows, you might just be winning something good for yourself because my birthday is on Monday. So in the spirit of giving, yeah, you might just be winning something for yourself. So go to that handle and follow it. It's at ChidubameNJ. And I put up a tweet. It's a pinned tweet. When you go there, you're going to see it. I'm asking you this evening, is it time up for Odion Igalo in the Super Eagles? Or does the man deserve one more chance? If you go there, the handle is at ChidubameNJ. That is ChidubemeNJ. Yes, the NJ is for Njoko and Joseph, my other names. And I put up a tweet there. It's the pinned tweet talking about Igalo and asking if it's time up for the man or maybe he deserves one more chance with the Super Eagles. The other guys are also here and live on Twitter as well. Also giving you some of the best juicy stories and talks you can find on social media. Wisdom is quite an active guy on Twitter. His handle is at wisdom_OB. Not OB, the name. OB now, initials. Wisdom_OB. And Osas is also live on Twitter at Osas_da_demigod. The da is not D-T-H-E. It is D-A and demigod. We'll be back to talk the MPFL and some of the shenanigans battling some teams when we return from this little long break, because I'll be playing some of the best anthems you can find in the MPFL. So stick around and enjoy the anthems. We'll be back just after these anthems have been enjoyed by you and us.
Rugged man with the thunderstorm.
Flash baby.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa, FC Ifanyuba, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land. Anye bundi meri, anye gadigide, football club Ifanyuba. Anye bundi meri, Alhambra Warriors, football club Ifanyuba.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
I hope you felt the magic as I played those anthems of our various clubs in the country. Some of your favorite teams talking about. Okay, I started off with the anthem of Aqua United, and then you heard the anthem of Rivers United and a song for Eimba by Rugged Man. And then that was followed by another song for Kano Pillars by Ali Nuhu. Then we moved on to what I think is the best MPFL anthem I've heard, and maybe the best from Africa as well. That beautiful song put together for FC Ifanyuba. I hope that the team plays as well as this song bring your sounds in the ear, because if we judge by who has the best anthem, then FC Ifanyuba should be winning the league back to back, maybe for the next 100 years. But let's move to the MPFL and talk Heartland, our first bus stop. But before I do that, the chief walked into the studio. Yes, the High Chief, Okechukwu Edenkwo, is with us this evening to talk Nigerian football. Good to have you, the High Chief.
Well,
how was your weekend, or how is your weekend going so far?
Splendid. I had a very wonderful Friday, and the weekend is still on. But good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening, River State. Good evening, Nigeria Delta, Nigeria. Welcome to the best sports program on radio, south of the Niger, and if not the entire country.
You've heard it, the best in the side of the Niger and maybe the entire country. But come on, well, Chief, we'll talk about that after the show. The fun and everything. Maybe my own share of the cake will be discussed much later. But talking about Heartland, there's no share of the cake to be discussed here, because the boss of the side, Fidelis Ilechukwu, he has vowed not to honor the MPFL clash against Rivers United. Well, that game is built for tomorrow. And speaking in an interview, Ilechukwu said he's not talking about salaries again, but the players' accommodation, registration, and also equipment for training. How bad can it get, really? The former MFM boss, said he will not be on the bench to honor the game against Rivers United tomorrow if his conditions are not met. I quote him now. He says, most of my players are not registered and I'm not happy about it. I am in pain for not being backed. I don't see anything difficult in getting players accommodation and getting them registered. These things are not difficult. If the management cannot do all this, why are we here? That's Fidelis Ilechukwu asking. Why are we here? Wisdom will be now. Let me ask you in the exact words Fidelis has used. If the management cannot afford these basic things Fidelis is asking for, what should be the step of Fidelis Ilechukwu? And what should the club be doing right now?
Well, I think it's something first he needs to put to the club. There's a world of difference between.
But I'm sure he must have done that
media
severally before coming out to.
But you can't be so
games.
sure. You can't be so sure. We are in a system where people are very careful the way they talk to their bosses, because their bosses have made themselves demigods like Osas.
Certainly not the one here.
And of course, they've broken all the bridges of communication. Where if you talk, you get fired. Why must you talk? Keep quiet. Why must you say it? So you definitely cannot be so sure that he stole them because we've seen players here talk to the media on conditions of anonymity.
Okay.
Then we've seen coaches who are actually furious tell the media, it's me that said it. They've not actually paid us. But they try to say it with some sort of love so they will not get fired because their job is even so precious to them. So it's not a difficult thing to ask for. Like he said, the management of Heartland FC must begin to take that club more seriously than they are doing. Yes, they got that result against Enyimba, but it doesn't mean all have suddenly become so well with the side. We are aware of the issues of payment. They offsetted some of the bills, by the way, but would that be enough? Look at the other things to also being mentioned by
things as basic as players' registration and accommodation. I mean, how are the millionaires falling?
When it comes to accommodation and registration, I must say those are things that are supposed to be part of the system.
Of course.
Ordinarily, our normal cries used to be salaries and all that, but as the case would be here, it seems that's not the exact situation right there. For the Nazi millionaires, the owners must wake up. I think they must take advantage of the crest of this beautiful wave that started with that defeat or that triumph against Enyimba. That would be a fine way to continue the push for a resurgence. It's early days in the league. Whatever you can do now is still very, very important and can also take you to the summit of the MPFL if you're very intentional about it.
Okay, Chuku, coach mentioned something very important. He said the registration of the players, and I'm wondering where the LMC comes in here. Players are not registered, but they are playing the league. What's the LMC saying about this?
This is very, very preposterous. Why I say it is preposterous. If the foundation is faulty, my Bible says, what can the righteous do? You don't build something on top of nothing. I wonder why a team will parade unregistered players. I think that is tantamount to point deduction.
Of course, ordinarily,
it is tantamount to point deduction. So I wonder why a team, for crying out loud, will be in the league and you're parading unregistered players. One. Secondly, you don't have accommodation, talk less of a decent accommodation for your players. So what do you expect from them? No wonder the team has been groping, losing home and away. If not that fortune smiled on them, and I don't know what really happened or what transpired between Heartland and Enyimba.
History repeated itself, you could say.
That Heartland got a better part of Enyimba. But otherwise, I don't see a team parading unregistered players. Even the basic training equipment you don't have. You don't have players that are not so I don't understand. I really don't understand why they're even supposed to be in that league. They're even supposed to carry out a kind of audit to audit the teams. If we audit the teams and at the end of the day we'll have 10 solid teams in the Premiership, God knows best that these teams will compete favorably with their peers in other parts of African countries.
Sure, we talk about looking for change in the MPFL and Nigerian football. But with things like this, it leaves me wondering when that change is going to come. Because I wonder how somebody that's not registered or a team that has unregistered players will be featuring in the Nigerian Professional Football League. But make no mistakes, I don't think it's only Heartland that has this kind of situation. You will be shocked. It's the MPFL. But let's go to another club facing worries. And unfortunately or fortunately, whichever side you belong, they are neighbors. Abia Warriors. Well, that side is being coached by one of the most respected coaches as far as Nigeria is concerned. He's a Rivers man by birth and by nurture. His name is Imama Amapa Kabo. I'm sure you know him. He's won the Nigerian Professional Football League before in 2017 with Enugu Rangers or Rangers International. And then he moved on to greener pastures, if you put it that way, with the national team. Coached the under-23s, wasn't particularly successful. Also had a distasteful spell with the Chanigos, and he was infamous. He had an infamous quote, or some people say he was quoted out of context. But he was quoted as saying that local footballers or local players didn't understand tactics. Today, Imama is the coach of Abia Warriors. And his team has so far been failing to understand tactics. At least if you judge by the results they've been churning out. 4 defeats they've had. And guess what? That's the worst start for Abia Warriors in an MPFL season. Or the worst start to an MPFL season now. And it doesn't just end there. That is also the worst start to a season. To a Nigerian first-tier league season. That's the Nigerian Premier League and then the Professional League. In 1, 2, 3, 4, wait for it, 18 years. The last time a team was this bad or had this bad a start to the MPFL season was far back in 2003, Delta United. And guess what? Abia Warriors, with all of the expenditures on players, and of course, there's so much money paid to Imama, this team has been stuttering so far. And here's the repercussion. The team, on Thursday, yes, they've charged Imama to turn the team's fortunes around or face the music. And that's because it's been given a 3-match ultimatum. I'm sure you are familiar with that statement as far as Rivers United is concerned, because Stanley Guma is already used to that already. Used to that, and Imama might be getting used to that with Abia Warriors. He's been given his first ultimatum now as Abia Warriors manager. 3-match ultimatum it is. And I'll just read the statement of the management. It says the management reiterated that the team has no reason not to do well, considering the caliber of players in the team, pointing out that technical crew led by Imama Amapakabo has enjoyed the greatest support and cooperation ever given to any crew in the club's history. Next for the Warriors is a league fixture away to FC Ifeanyi before a clash with MFM at home and then a trip to Makurdi to face Lobby Stars. So the 3-match ultimatum involves FC Ifeanyi away from home and then MFM FC at home and Lobby Stars away from home. Osas,
yeah.
First of all, how disappointing has Imama been this season? And do you think it's about time he got this 3-match ultimatum? Or perhaps should have given him, or Abia Warriors management now should have given him more time?
It's actually very disappointing. The very first question, you said how disappointing. Very disappointing because it can be worse than it is right now because they sit at the bottom of the table. When we talk about the MPFL standings right now, they sit at the bottom of the table. 4 matches, no draw, just losses. You actually reeled it out from there that the last time it happened was
2003,
and a lot of persons, maybe even in that team, were not born then. If we go by their football age,
I don't want to go there. Go on.
It's actually disappointing for a man like Imama Amapakabo. We've seen what he has done. He in his playing days, he was actually part of the winning team in, I think that was the early 90s, the under 17.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, 85.
85. Sorry. That's
did you say 90s?
Okay. Mid 80s, 1985. He was part of that winning team. So he has been in football for a very long time. We expect the man to have grown both in football tactics, both in his ability to read the game. And that was the reason why he was contracted by Abia Warriors here. And I don't blame them to having given him this ultimatum because it is expected that after so much support being shown to him, he is expected to have done much. A lot of players have come in, I believe players that he requested. So I really can't place my fingers where this is coming from, but 3 matches has been given to him. He has to start bringing out those results that will at least give him time to build if he needs to build. So it needs to change, and it needs to change right now.
We'll get back to talking the quagmire that Imama and Abia Warriors find themselves, but that would only be after we go on this quick commercial break, and then we're back to discussing the best stories as far as the MPFL is concerned. Please stay tuned as we'll be back in no time.
Obiakpor Local Government Area, under the chairmanship of Honorable Prince Solomon Abel Eke, and in collaboration with Bethel Evidence Assembly, is organizing a 4-day intensive free skills acquisition training program. At the end of the training, startup packs will be given to participants of the trainings. Areas of trainings include bead making, snacks production, ice cream production, catering, makeup, computer training, liquid soap making, hand sanitizer production. Date from Wednesday 13th of January to Sunday 17th January 2020. Time 2 p.m. daily. Venue, Ichie Hall, AK Royal Family Palace Junction, Woji Town, Port Harcourt. For inquiries, call 0706 166 5959 or 0706 775 5402. This is powered by Honorable Prince Solomon Abel AK, JP, Chairman, Obiakpo Local Government Area, and organized by Bishop Uche Juliet Ajirisen, PhD, aka Jesus Baby 1, Special Advisor on Human Capacity Development, Obiakpo Local Government Area, and General Overseer, Bethel Evidence Assembly.
Magic System, Rev One, Shawty.
All right, it's still Today FM 95.1. Okay, my village people are at work. Come on, it's still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And we are talking local football. Yes, the MPFL. Currently, we are discussing the problems that have been plaguing two clubs now. Heartland we started with, and now we are talking Abia Warriors. They've received, that's talking about the coaching crew now, they've received a 3-match ultimatum. And 3 of those games that Imama would have to do something or perhaps get fired, or definitely now, because that's what the statement says, get fired. Those 3 games include an away game to FC Fanyuba, a home game to MFM, and of course, an away game to Lobby Stars. Wisdom, with these 3 games ahead of Imama, do you see him turning the tide around? Or is he going to be the first manager to get fired, maybe?
Well, let me first quote the man in the interview again with Brila FM back in 2019. Maybe some excepts of it.
Okay.
It is a difficult thing for Nigerian players based in the country to interpret tactics and formation. With due respect, even some of the coaches in the league don't understand tactics and formation. So how do you give what you don't have?
Okay.
So, Imama has been a good coach. There is no argument about the fact that he's one of the finest in terms of successes recorded in the Nigerian Professional Football League. He's won a league title. Did that before his 50th, before he even turned 50. Still in his 40s now, I guess. I'll still check. And if you want to go by that, you believe that the man knows how to coach Nigerian football. But he got to a point where, or how to coach in the Nigerian Professional Football League, he got to a level where he got frustrated because he got an opportunity to coach the national team. And the same MPFL players that announced him to the world, he suddenly had issues with giving tactics to them. Because I don't want to keep sounding like MPFL players don't understand tactics. Everybody will keep saying it was quoted out of context. I just read it out now. So I think the first solution to the problem, even before the games, is to understand the dynamism of the MPFL. Imama crashed out of the under 23. The rest, they say, is history now. They chant him, nothing. And as we speak, he's on the verge of also losing out of Heartland. All these are local football. And that's where his success comes from. I know nobody will look at it from this angle. I don't have problems with that. But I think it might also be a mental thing. He should also look at his mental part side of things.
Okay.
Now, that statement made might just have maybe even made everything you're saying not work out well. I know it might sound metaphysical, but there is might be some truth to it. But focusing on the games now, you have FC Fanyuba, a team I think are struggling, to say the least. Yes, they've gotten, I think, 1 win, but it's been struggles so far this season. They even lost right there, in Nnewi. They've to Dakada FC, I think. They've struggled really, to say the least about. They just have a fine song, but they really had issues this season. Now you go over and look at MFMFC. The Church Boys, I would say, have had an okay start to the season. I think they've recorded 2 wins already. I think a loss or 2 losses or thereabout, I would confirm. But they've gotten at least 2 wins, and that tells you something. They're not an easy meat to chew. Ordinarily, anytime, any day, MFMFC are very good travelers. They could steal a point from you if you're not very careful with the way you manage things. Now you flash through to the last team now. Which team will make it through?
Lobby Stars, away
Stars.
from home.
Exactly. The Macaulay boys are definitely one of the finest sides this season.
Yeah.
If you want to look at the first 4 matches.
They're 6th on the log with 7 points. Played 4, 1, 2, drawn 1,
and lost one. So I want to believe it's a difficult mountain to climb, but it is better than a sack. I said it here on Tuesday when I think Emeka asked me that question on Thursday or thereabouts. It was also we're here on Tuesday. I had to explain this, and I said something. I said it's better you give him an ultimatum than to fire him immediately. Ultimatum is not a new thing in the MPFL, but it's also not a new thing in other parts of the world. Now, the Umuahia-based side have received lots of fundings this season. I must commend the government who have put in a lot, and Emeka and Yama. They've gotten the players. What more can you do? Pay salaries, create an enabling environment, take them from their scrapey stadium and take them to the Enyimba International Stadium. Pay the best of salaries, employ the best of, buy the ball, get the best of players. Nzuba and Ezeba, Maxine Ojobo, Dare Ojo, some of the finest players in the past. Even though I know that the fact that you were good in the past does not mean you're better today.
Exactly.
And I think some of these MPFL coaches do not put that into consideration. Because I've worked with you 5 years ago does not mean you'll be that same player 5 years later. A lot could have changed. Your quality could have dropped. And the fact that you're even going around all the big sides, rotating, and they are letting you go means maybe there's something missing. But in all sense of the words now, in terms of all sense of the word results, especially from those 3 games, I think it's going to be very challenging. But can he get at least 2 wins from 2 home games? I think it's very possible. But we'll see how that pans out. If you cannot beat Jigawa Golden Stars, you cannot beat some of these little teams at home, then it becomes a problem going away, because you would have to travel to distances where it's never rosy to even steal a point.
Well, I'll come to you now, Osas. Abia Warriors, this season, they started the season with a game against Enyimba. Remember that local derby there? They lost that one by goal to nothing away from home. Maybe not away from home because they also shared the same stadium with Enyimba, but for the records, it was away from home. Abia, they also went on to lose at home to Rivers United by goal to 1 as well. And then the next game, they lost by 2-1 to Aqua United. Yes, they had the equalizer after Ndefereke had given Aqua United the lead, but it was all Aqua United in that game. I saw clips of that one, and Aqua United even went on to strike the bar twice. But they lost that game 2-1. And then they went on to lose, shockingly, to Jigawa Golden Stars at home as well by 3-1. But then, their first 3 games were against teams that ordinarily you would consider contenders for the league. I'm talking about Enyimba, the official defending champions, because we didn't have one for last season.
Yeah, we did.
And then we also talk about Rivers United, a team a lot of persons think have the best squad in the league.
Right.
And then we also would consider Aqua United, one of those very fine sides in the league as well. So when you've played against these 3 teams, and then of course we can't take out the fact that they lost at home to Jigawa Golden Stars, do you think it was too early, or it is too early to cry or to be crying about a crisis mode at Abia Warriors? Because it feels like the management is thinking that with an ultimatum already.
Yes, I believe it's quite early, because out of all these matches you've reeled out, there are 2 home games in there. And you know what it is for you to lose a home game in the MPFL?
Oh, but quite a few teams have done that already this season. But I understand what you're talking about.
Yes, but you know what it is. Now, losing home games, it's you surrendering total points there, because for you to recover might be very, very difficult when you talk about your opponent going to his own home ground, because this is the MPFL. So I believe that's where the worries of the management of Abia Warriors have started springing up from, because we may look at it that it's quite too early, but if it continues this way, you might end up having to take actions when it is already too late. So I believe they're trying to actually salvage the situation as as they can before it gets messy.
Okay, Chuku, let's move forward and talk for development now. And let's say you're advising Imama, what should he do differently now to move this team, that's Abia Warriors, out of the situation they find themselves at this moment?
First, he needs to think outside the box. Secondly, he needs to put up his thinking cap. Thirdly, he needs to talk to the players to play for him.
Because at this point, different tactics.
Necessarily teaching them different tactics. At this point, when the morale of the team is low, all you just need to do is to work on the psyche of the players. Let them know the task ahead, that if for nothing else, they should play for him. Because anything happens now, the hammer will fall on him first, even before the players. And when a new coach comes, he might come with his philosophy and his players, which might not be really too good for some of them, and they may lose their place. So they need to really sit back and play for the sake of their coach. He's been given a 3-match ultimatum. Because the coach is not going to enter the pitch to play. All he needs to do is to fine-tune, give instruction. The people that will still do the play they are the players, so they really need to play for their coach at this point in time. They are the only ones beside God that will save him.
Well, I would also add, maybe, Imama, you can talk to your uncle or your elder brother now, Stanley Guma. He's a man that is used to this kind of situations. Maybe you have a word for you that will help you in times like this.
I think he needs to. Something tells me that maybe the waters right there at the camp of Abia Warriors are not actually settled. I think he needs to look deep within and see if there is any unsettled situation that is around. Because it's one thing,
players and all.
Yes, it's one thing to say the players will play to save you right now, and it's another to think that they've been doing this to see how to get you out of the picture. So he needs to actually sit down and if there are inner rancors, you need to call all parties together and let them understand that we're doing this not just for ourselves but for a collective goal, which is moving Abia Warriors to the next level where they're supposed to be, and settle it up and see how they move from there.
I said that he should think outside the box and put on his thinking cap. So he really needs to look inward.
Definitely look inward and do something you've not been doing, Imama, because if he continues the way he has for Abia Warriors, we might just be seeing a new record in the MPFL as per bad results and all of that and performance this season. But let's give you updates. The games happening over there in Europe. Wolves earlier were beaten by West Bromwich Albion by 3-2, quite shockingly at home. Samala died somehow. The man is beginning to get the team work again. That's talking about West Brom. Leeds, they currently are losing at home to Brighton and Hove Albion. For West Ham, they still have that solitary lead or solitary goal now against Burnley, scored by Mikel Antonio. The team has been doing quite well since the return of the man. Fulham will play Chelsea much later, 6:30 p.m, while Leicester City by 9 will do battle with Southampton. In the French Ligue 1, the first game there will kick off by 5 p.m, and that one will see Marseille take on Nîmes, and Angers will do battle with PSG by 9 p.m. And the German Bundesliga, the games are somewhere in the 56th minute for most of them. Dortmund are playing out a goalless draw with Mainz 05. For Cologne, it's a goalless draw as well with Hertha BSC. Hoffenheim are sharing the spoils 0-0 with Arminia Bielefeld. And of course, it's Werder Bremen playing out a goalless draw with Augsburg. It's a strange Saturday afternoon in the Bundesliga. What is happening? The league that always frights as the league of goals is failing to provide the goals so far. But there's one game. It's quite a number of goals, a handful you would say. Wolfsburg are currently playing out a goalless draw, 2-2. It is with RB Leipzig, and that game is also in the 56th minute, or 57 now. And quite strange, all games currently in a draw in the German Bundesliga. I'm sure the pool guys will be happy. But in the Italian Serie A, Bologna are currently leading Hellas Verona, and that game is in the 90th minute. 1-0. Torino will take on Spezia. That one comes up by 6 p.m, while Sampdoria will do battle with Udinese by 8:45. And we'll go back to the MPFL now and discuss match day 5 action. We'll start with Aqua United. They play Wiki Tourist. I'll be getting the predictions of everybody in the house, one after the other. Quick predictions and maybe a few touches as per analysis. As how we use them. Aqua United taking on Wiki Tourist. Of course, we know Aqua United are beginning to bounce back, or it feels so, and Wiki Tourist with Usman Abdallah, not particularly fantastic this season. What do you expect?
A draw. A resurgent Aqua United versus a Wiki Tourist side that have gotten draws in places like Jos, that's Plateau United.
Yeah.
Already this season. Wouldn't be an easy fight, an easy meat to chew. So I, if you ask me to go on probabilities, I would say draw in favor of none of the teams. But it will always look like it's in favor of the away side.
Okay, it always look definitely in the MPFL. Osas, Eyimba taking on Kano Pillars. That's, I don't know, maybe when I reveal the fixtures, or maybe I should just do that and ask you which is the peak of the bunch. But like I said earlier, Aqua United will take on Wiki Tourist. Eyimba will do battle with Kano Pillars. Ifeanyi will take on Abia Warriors. Jigawa Golden Stars, that's the team that beat Abia Warriors that led to that few-match ultimatum. They'll be taking on Kwara United. Lobby Stars will have their hands full when they welcome Dakada FC, while MFM FC will do battle with Enugu Rangers, led by Salisu Yusuf. Nasarawa United, for them to be a battle with Abdullahi Bifos, or make that Henry Makinwa's Katsina United, while Plateau United will take on Adamawa United. Rivers United at home will take on Heartland, struggling Heartland, it has to be said, but maybe on the pitch, they got something to cheer about the last time they played against the Imba. 2-0, that one ended. And Sunshine Stars will take on Warriors. I'm not sure anybody would debate that game involving Kano Pillars and Eyimba has to be the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, it is. It is the pick of the bunch.
So what do you expect, Osas?
I expect an Eyimba who have been beaten already in the last match day to come back so hard. I think that was a shocking loss for them.
Okay.
If I may look at it, because for the records right now, Eyimba is a better team than Heartland. Heartland are actually struggling with actually seeing it this season. So I expected Eyimba to at least have come out from that.
But history doesn't say so, because Eyimba yet to win a game in 7 against Heartland.
Yes, but I think the form of the players actually speaks better than history at this point.
So you're expecting Eyimba to get the job done against Kano Pillars?
I expect Eyimba to at least
Kano Pillars
try
are
to do something.
unbeaten for the records.
They're unbeaten,
in 4
draws.
2 draws, 2 wins.
2 draws, 2 wins. But if you see within their gameplay, you'll find out that sometimes they get to struggle.
Okay.
Yes, that's why they ended up having 2 draws. They get to struggle. So I believe Eyimba can capitalize on that particular one and see how to get a positive result. If not a win, then it should be a draw. But I see a win for Eyimba.
All right, so he sees a win for Eyimba against Kano Pillars. Well, that's going to be really a tough one for Stanley Egumani's men. But come on, he's done so many difficult things this season. And who says Rivers United cannot get, or Eyimba now, cannot get all 3 points now? Talking about Fatayo, I beg your pardon, against Kano Pillars. But Kechuku Ifeanyi will take on Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors, struggling Abia Warriors. Do you think this is the game where things will turn around for Imama?
From the rational point of view, if you look at it, it's tilting towards Ifeanyi. But if you look at the quality of players of both sides, you discover that Abia Warrior has better quality. Secondly, their back is on the ground now. They're in a very, very desperate position, and the worst thing that can happen to you as a person or as an individual is to engage somebody that is in a very, very desperate situation.
Yeah.
That person looks for every available means to get himself out of the precarious situation. So I believe Abia Warriors will put in 110% fight. I never can say they might get something out from that encounter. It's an oriental derby.
Definitely, anything can happen when it comes to, well, a mini oriental derby now, because it's not the traditional one we normally see. But Jigawa Golden Stars, fresh from that very impressive win they had against Abia Warriors, 3-1 victory away from home, and they are somewhere 8th on the table with 6 points from 4 games. They'll take on Kwara United, who started the season quite nicely with that famous 2-0 victory against Plateau United. But ever since, it's not been good news for Kwara United. They've not won a game since then. Yes, okay, they've drawn just one, and since that game, they've played two games after that first win. 3 games they've played, 4 points they have. Wisdom, I don't know what to expect from this one. Doesn't feel like the games that will give you excitement, honestly.
Well, it doesn't, maybe, especially if you look at the pedigree of the two sides. For Jigawa Golden Stars, a very bad team. They the lost the opening day of the season.
Come on, they beat Abia Warriors.
The opening day of I think on the 3rd of January, the opening day of the season they did beat Sunshine Stars.
Of course.
Lost to
got 8 points.
Lost
6
to
points.
Dakada away. Were beaten by Rangers at home. And of course, anybody these days can beat Abia Warriors until they wake up. But if you look at these two sides, you tend to feel it could go either way.
Okay.
And if you look at what Kwara United themselves have also done, in their own first 4 matches, just one win. That away win against Kwara United was the only smiles they had on their face going into this game. They lost against Rivers United here in Port Harcourt. They lost against Plateau United in Jos. No one can also forget that 1-0 draw when they hosted Aqua United. So it's evenly poised, if you ask me, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a one-sided affair. It could go either way. That's what I mean. It could go in favor of Kwara. It could go in favor of Jigawa Golden Stars, irrespective of who is at home or who is away. But in the last 4 meetings or 5 meetings these two teams have had, one team has always triumphed, and that is the team that's at home.
Okay.
So most likely,
looks like
it could be the Golden Stars getting through this one.
Okay, feels like Golden Stars Jigawa are going to be going home all smiles against Kwara United. But let's move to the next game, involving two of perhaps the better sides in the MPFL this season. One of them, talking about Dakada FC, the away side, they are 5th in the MPFL this season, and they've not lost the game yet. They are one of 3 unbeaten sides in the MPFL so far this season. The other 2 are Kano Pillars and Nasarawa United. Strangely so, I must say. About Dakada FC, will travel to Lobby Stars, OSAS. I don't know what to expect in that one. Do you think Lobby Stars can get the job done this time?
The both teams are closely ranked right now on the table. I think for the past 4 matches, or past 3 matches, they've actually gathered 2 wins and a draw.
Yep.
I think Lobby is just seated.
Basically 5th against 6th.
Yes,
Dakada is 5th, Lobby is 6th.
Lobby is just seated behind Dakada on the table, owing to the fact that they lost the second game of the season. But if you look at both teams, they are very slippery to handle when it comes to delivering away games, especially Dakada. I think Dakada had an away win over Ifeanyi. Yes, that was 2 match days ago. So with this, you can see that I really can't give this game to anyone, but I know it's going to be a game full of both teams having goals. If I'm to call or reel out the score, I'll say 2-2. It's going to end in a 2-2 draw.
All right. He says it's going to end in a 2-2 draw. That means Dakada FC are going to keep on their unbeaten start to the season after 5 matches. Well, Dakada fans, I don't know what to think about that. Send an SMS to the number 0701-9339-962. What do you think of your teams in match day 5? Well, let's go to our next bus stop. MFM FC taking on Enugu Rangers. Hi, Chief.
Well, it's going to be a very, very wonderful cracker for Rangers. Rangers, they are resurgent and they're doing very well at this point.
Yeah.
So, never can tell. Rangers this time around, and also they have a very wonderful coach, Salisu Yusuf, and their assistant to Boas Mangut is a veteran of the league, having played for Sharks, played for Plateau United, Udoji. He knows the terrain very well. So that could also serve as an added advantage to the team.
So you're giving it to Enugu
I'm giving it to Enugu Rangers.
Whoa, Enugu Rangers with a win at the Soccer Temple. Well, not many persons go there, many clubs go there and get successes. But the Church Boys, according to Okechukwu, will get beaten by the Flying Antelopes of Enugu. But our next game is Nasarawa United taking on Katsina United. Nasarawa United, by the way, are unbeaten in the league this season. Wisdom, do you see that run ending against Katsina tomorrow? Katsina United.
Well, based on probabilities, like I would always say, for a side who have been phenomenal in the league this season, you don't expect them to have their first bleep at home against any side. It could be any side. If they've been able to keep their cool and their calm against some of the finest sides in the league, even going away to get results, then definitely you can agree with me that they do have something going for them. They've not lost any game this season, 2 wins and 2 draws. One of those wins being that away one against Heartland, even if they came back to draw at home against Kanu Pillars.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it pans out. For Katsina United, it's not been a rosy start. 2 wins, it's not been exactly a rosy start. 2 wins and 2 losses, but they've been able to collect 6 points from a possible 12.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it pans out. I think it's going to still be one of those games where the home team would win. Like statistics would also tell us, in the last 5 matches these two teams have played, the home side has always come out as the winner. So hopefully, if statistics are to go like we hope it does, I don't think it will favor anybody anyway. If they lose or win, Rivers United, which is our team here in Rivers State, I don't know how it affects or helps them. It's still early days, but let's see how it pans out. I think Nasarawa United will come out tops at the end of the day.
Histories are meant to be broken. But let's go to the next game. Plateau United taking on Adamawa United. It's a Northern Derby. Osas, Plateau United, it seems they are getting back to life.
Sure,
after they started the season quite poorly, you must admit. But Adamawa United, that should be an easy nut to crack.
Yeah, it's actually an easy nut to crack for Plateau United. Plateau United actually started poorly, but they've been able to find their way to start climbing just easily for now. It's not a quick surge anyway. But for Adamawa United, seated on the 19th spot on the table, you can see that they have a very poor away record, losing 2 away matches, and even the home record also, just 2 draws. So they are not in their best of forms right now. So I expect a clean cruising win for Plateau United. Plateau is home, and as the MPFL requires, or as the MPFL gives us whatever it has, home games are usually 70 to 80% chances for the home team to rack or reel out all 3 points, take all 3 points. So I expect Plateau United to do that.
Routine win for Plateau United. So says Osas. But let me come to you, Okechukwu Odenko. Sunshine Stars will take on Warri Wolves. And Sunshine Stars is coached by, a coach I respect so much, talking about Benga Ogumbote. But they are facing a Warri Wolves that have not been... they're neither here or there, really. They've played 4 games, lost 2, won 2. 6 points they have from possible 12. And then they come up against the Sunshine Stars that have been struggling, you would say, this season. Yes, there are talks about non-payment of salaries and indemnities owed the team, but I don't know. Sunshine's at home in Akure against Warri Wolves. What do you see in this one?
I see Sunshine Star beating them by a slim margin. Although the Sunshine Star of now, it's not the Sunshine Star of the old when during the first tenure of Benga Ogumbote. You know, most of these things has to do with the funding from the governor of the state. His level of interest, knows what he wants from the team. So as it stands now, I'm not sure that the man at the helm of the affair in the state is a sports freak. He's not somebody who loves football. So you discover that he will suffer funding, lack of funds. And once there's paucity of funds, you discover that the team will definitely not do very well.
Definitely not do very
well.
But
I see them beating Warri Wolves by a slim margin.
A win for Sunshine Stars versus Warri Wolves. Let's come to the one that concerns us, a lot of us, as a matter of fact, when it comes to Rivers State. Rivers United. Well, I don't know if they have their hands full when they face Heartland, but ordinarily they should have their hands full because it's Heartland, one of the traditional sides we have in Nigerian football, and of course have had their own fair share of successes when it comes to domestic and even international football. Yeah, international football, continental football, that is. But these days, it's been far from the glory days for Heartland. They are a struggling side. Poor millionaires have tagged them this period. Rivers United taking on Heartland. Wisdom, do you see Heartland continuing that run they've started against Eyimba? 2-0 they did win at home. Do you see that happening again here in Rivers?
No, I don't actually exactly see that happening.
Why doesn't anyone believe in Heartland?
No, it's not about believing in Heartland. It's about working with what you've done so far and using that to predict what could happen. You definitely can't say where the
pendulum would swing.
The pendulum would swing, or the biscuit would crack from. Like I would say, football is like biscuits; it could crack from anywhere, you know. But ordinarily, you expect Rivers United to handle this Heartland side. Who has Heartland played this season? And how many results and points have they gotten from those games? They were well handled by Jigawa Golden Stars. That's a team that will be well torn apart by Rivers United. They were handled by Katsina United. Okay, Katsina United, I think that was the very first game, I beg your pardon. They were well beaten 3-2. Maybe not too well. Nasarawa United travelled over to their own home turf and beat them right there in Owerri, 2-1. You know, they travelled to face Plateau United, a resounding 3-0 victory. It was for Plateau, for the Jos side. So, yes, they are riding on that wave now of that victory against Enyimba. You can say the confidence of the team might just be too up there now. And, of course, the management too might be looking into their issues, particularly the one involving the welfare of players and management.
I'm not even sure Fidelis is going to be with them tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So it means they beat Enyimba because of the rivalry. You know what they say? Even if we are sleeping, even if we are eating, even if we are joking or playing, we must never lose against our rivals. That's the motto for some teams. Their spiritual motto, you want to say. But this is a Rivers United side that have taken some of the finest teams. They've beaten Bloemfontein Celtic this season. They've beaten Enugu Rangers here in Rivers State. You know, Kwara United were slaughtered 3-0 still here in Rivers State. They've travelled to Abia Warriors to get points. Come on. They even, you can maybe attribute their loss to Wiki Tourist to the issues with the road and all that stuff. That's the Rivers United have.
They've always not had it good against Wiki Tourist.
Yes, they've not had it good too with Wiki Tourist, even if it seems maybe they just knew it was going to happen. But that's a story for another day. But on this side of things now, this Heartland side, their internal crisis, their internal issues, that was Enyimba. That's an Enyimba they travelled to Aba and beat 2-0. It's not a Rivers United side. The bad blood between Enyimba and Heartland FC would always be there. And it's always better that, they get it right against Enyimba, even if they hope to wake up at the end of the season or sometime in the course of the season. We've seen Fulham beat Chelsea in the English Premier League. Not because Fulham were a strong side. There was a season Fulham, 3 or 4 red cards. John Terry was red carded in that game, either 2006 or 2007, and Fulham won that game by 1-0. But not because of the fact that Fulham were a fantastic side. As a matter of fact, I will confirm if they were relegated that season. But they beat Chelsea because of the rivalry involved right there. And you come to Espanyol versus Barcelona. You go to Real Madrid and some of the other small teams right there. It happens. So we'll see how it pans out. But I do feel it's Rivers United's game to lose.
Rivers United game to lose. Let's see about that. What's going to happen? Do you think Rivers United are going to get all 3 points against Heartland? Or are you of the opinion that win for Heartland against Enyimba was not a fluke and that the Nazi Millionaires are back? Like one of my friends would always say, 3-0 guaranteed. Is that going to be the case this time for Heartland against Rivers United? And then there's also that big game involving two of the most decorated sides in Nigerian football, Kano Pillars as well as Enyimba of Aba. How do you see that one panning out? That game is going to take place at the Enyimba International Stadium in Aba. Do you think Enyimba is going to get all 3 points? Or are you a fan of Aqua United? What do you think is going to be the fate of Aqua United when they take on Wiki Tourist at the Nest of Champions? Ifan Yuba will do battle with Abia Warriors. What do you expect in that one? Jigawa Golden Stars will take on Kwara United. Lobi Stars are up against Dakada FC. MFM FC are up against Salisu Yusuf, Enugu Rangers, while Nasarawa United will do battle with Katsina United and hope that they continue their unbeaten run to the season so far. And Plateau United will take on Adamawa United in the Northern Derby, while I could tell you Sunshine Stars will have Warri Wolves to battle with. The phone lines are open now and the number is 0817 000951 or 0810 9510 951. Let's hear from you this evening. Tell us what you think, and let's also talk about the problems of Heartland FC and of course those of Abia Warriors. The manager Imama has been given a 3-match ultimatum to turn the tide around or get fired. Do you think he's going to be able to get things done for them? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, good to have you. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Sheja Kamadi.
Sheja Kamadi. What do you think of Rivers United?
Rivers is tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, 4 p.m.
Yes, Atlas to hold on first. Let's before they can come back.
Okay.
So that's my take. I'm Rivers United fan and I'm a United fan. So Atlas should hold on first. They don't hold on first. Let Rivers get a 3 points first. So they can come back to the winning way. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Shedrack, he says, well, it might just continue for Rivers United. They are good run this season. So far, they've lost just one game and considered only one goal so far this season. And Shedrack is saying, well, that journey might just continue. But you can also call like Shedrack. And let's hear from you. Good afternoon or good evening now. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Hello.
Good evening. Your name and location?
My name is Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, good to have you. How's your weekend going?
Yes. Fine.
So tell us.
How are you all in studio?
We are good. Very well.
I jolly on our way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let me pick it up.
All right, thank you. Would that be all?
Thank you. My team is Rangers. Rangers are missing off anything. So we are beating them 2-1.
Okay, that's MFMFC.
Yes, that's it.
2 goals to 1.
2 goals to 1, yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, he says the Enugu Rangers will be successful against the Church Boys. 2 goals to 1, he says. Let's go to another caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Faith, the voice that, I don't know. Just go on, Faith.
Hello, children.
Hello, Faith, good evening.
What did you say?
I said your voice go good for Lulabi, but go on.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Your colleague in studio.
Good evening, Faithful Faith.
About the problems between, about the coach of Heartland.
Okay, Fidelis Electrical.
Heartland coach,
Yeah.
Saying he will not honor tomorrow's match. I think the problem is that, perhaps as an individual or even as a group.
Okay.
Tournament or competition or even for exams as students. But when the time comes, we start believing that we are going to make it, like we will win, or perhaps we just start calling God all of a sudden to come down and start helping us. So I don't know. I think it's obvious. The past failures now have been speaking at because of their poor preparation.
Okay.
How can you be starting a league and you not get, accommodation or even register the players? I think it's a total joke. You're not even serious. And at the end of the if you get relegated, I hope you don't blame it on the coach, because he's only there to do what you have offered him. Again, but I think I think he will still honor it, because seeing that statement he made, I think he's going to be privately contacted by the club officials, and he will appear for that match. But if he doesn't, I think he should even resign, because I think those people are not giving. They're denting his CV. After everything he did, even with the little resources with NFN.
Yeah.
Now coming over to where you would think that he should have enough to do him for the season. It turned out to be very, very porous. It's just too bad. And I just hope he will know what to do. He should not even wait for them to. He should resign instead of not honoring the match. I think if they are not doing well, he should just leave. And as for the match between Rivers United are going to win that match tomorrow. That's the match between Rivers and Heartland. Rivers are going to win the match.
All right.
Let's say 3-1 or 2-1.
Okay, thank you very much, Faith. She says Rivers United are going to get the job done against Heartland of Owerri. You can keep the calls coming through 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you can send your text messages. I'm seeing them already on 0701 9339 962, and I'll be reading them live. We'll be going shortly over to the camp of the under-17s as we talk the successes of that side. But first of all, let me take some of your messages here. This one is saying, please, the first anthem, which MPFL club church chorister sang that one? He's talking about the anthem of Akpa United. Well, it does sound like a hymn, if you ask me. But, well, I don't know the church that sang it to Jerry Ibabi. He's asking that question from Ahuda. And this other one here says, no disrespect to Imama, winning the league with Rangers is a one-off thing. He's not yet tested as such. It's coming from Chinwe, from Igrita. That's a position a lot of persons would argue about because a man who's also coached at national level, well, that's your opinion, and I'm sure a lot of persons will agree as well. We'll go over to the WhatsApp platform. This one says, I don't care what anyone would say. Okay, it's talking about Barcelona. It says they'll lift the trophy tomorrow. But Ernest, we are talking local football. And I'm sure the first part, we talk about Barcelona and their game tomorrow. But let's move on and talk the Golden Eaglets. Because they have qualified for the final. Strangely, it has to be said. They are going to be playing in the final of the Wafu B tournament. That's under 17 tournament in Togo. I don't know how shocking that is, but well, let's feel some magic and come back and talk about the Golden Eaglets. All right, the Golden Eaglets, yesterday, they did have their success now. They qualified to the final of the champion of the Wafu B under 17 championships, and a lot of us didn't even see that coming. I remember I was here in the studio, and I basically wrote them off, and I'm not the only one who did that as well. Wisdom also shares in that one, and Okechukwu as well. Even Osas, we all was unanimous.
I was actually at the middle anyway. I was trying to give some hope.
You don't deny.
Politicians.
Well, I think virtually everyone ruled the Golden Eaglets out entirely. Even the callers, almost unanimous in saying that the Golden Eaglets were not going to qualify. But somehow, the Ghanaians did us a favor by losing to Cote d'Ivoire. I don't know who did the favor, whether it's Cote d'Ivoire that beats them or the Ghanaians now, but one way or the other, the Golden Eaglets did qualify to the semi-final. And guess what? They beat Burkina Faso. Can you imagine? Burkina Faso did win their first game by 5-1. That game was against Benin, and they won that one by 5-1. And now the Golden Eaglets did beat them by 1-0. Strangely, maybe, because, I mean, if you judge by the performances of the Golden Eaglets, hasn't been particularly fantastic, but you have to give credit to them for beating the Burkina Bay by 1-0. But the Golden Eaglets head coach, Fatai Amo, he says the team mapped out and executed a plan of stopping Burkina Faso in Friday's semi-final win, as yesterday, against Burkina Faso at the Wafu B tournament in Togo. Michael Emmanuel Papo netted the winning goal for the defending champions 13 minutes from time. The young Stallions were favorites going into the game, but Amo disclosed that his side clipped the wings of their opponents, who rely more on their wingers to get goals. Burkina Faso beat Benin Republic 5-1, like I did say earlier, in their first game, while they were held to a goalless draw by Niger in the second. Across Fatai Amona, he says we studied their games against Benin and Niger, and we knew they attacked from the wings. And he went on to say they made good crosses with good players who can head the ball very well. We had to work on our defense to keep them away from our goal. We also motivated our boys, telling them they are improving. The Eaglets will face Cote d'Ivoire in the final of the competition on Monday at the Stade de Keg in Lomé in Togo. Well, good a thing Fatai Omo hasn't resorted to thanking God this time for the result. I don't know if it's good a thing. Okay, I take back that. But, well, good a thing in some way, because it's usually the pattern our coaches told when things go their way. They say, oh, thank God, and nobody talks about the hard work they put behind the scenes as well to get the job done. But Fatai Omo is saying this result came as a result of the hard work he put in by studying the work or the handiwork of his opponents now, who are very good on the wings. But okay, let me come to you now. We saw the Golden Eaglets playing. Well, I mean, at the initial stages of this competition, did you at any time envisage before this competition started that the Golden Eagles would get to this point? Not when they lost, before the competition started.
That's given their level of preparation. I didn't expect much. Then on the eve of the DC, out of 65 players, a whopping 40 were disqualified as a result of the MRI scan.
Yeah.
Thirdly, it also affected the style of play of the coach because initially he said he wanted a 3-5-2 formation, but because of the disqualification of most of his key players, he resorted to 4-4-2, 4-3-3. So I didn't expect much from them. Having lost again to ordinary Côte d'Ivoire at that level, I said that means something is fundamentally wrong with the team.
Because it's ordinary Côte d'Ivoire?
Yes, of course.
We are going to be playing against them in the final.
No problem.
So they are not ordinary.
No, why I say given our pedigree where we're coming from. In Africa, the only team that can rival Nigeria when it comes to the under-17 is the Black Starlets. I mean, the Black, what's their name? Starlets of Ghana. That's
Satellites.
I mean, Black Satellites of Ghana. That's the only team that can rival us.
So for you, Côte d'Ivoire shouldn't be a problem.
It shouldn't be a problem ordinarily, but I think the team was highly disjointed and decapitated because of the loss of certain key players. But however, Mother Luck smiled on us. We were able to draw our next match against Ghana.
Okay.
Then Côte d'Ivoire defeated Ghana. They whipped them silly 3-1. Then if you look at the scores between Nigeria and Burkina Faso, we got our only goal on the 77th minute. That shows that they are struggling. They are not really at their peak. So we don't expect them to win at this level, at this point. Like I always say, this point or this stage of football itself should serve as a developmental purpose and not to win at all costs. Once we win at all costs, you discover that most of the players, they go down. You won't hear of them. But let's just have young players that will enjoy themselves so that they can grow and serve as a fulcrum and feeder to our future national teams instead of our coaches importing certain players with a dual citizenship.
Yep. All right, Osas, okay, Chuka has already highlighted some of the issues that Fatai Ahmad did face before the competition started, losing 2/3 of his squad to MRI scan and the problems that came with that. But he went on to take this team to the final. Don't you think he deserves some praise, or doesn't he?
I think I'll begin to reel out the praises for him if he defeats Burkina Faso, because I'm of a different school of
thought. That's Côte d'Ivoire in the final.
Sorry, I said Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire in the finals. Because I'm of a different school of thoughts here. High Chief here called them the ordinary baby elephants of Ivory Coast, but this is the team that was actually champions in 2013, and in West Africa here, whenever Nigeria plays any other West African side, be it at the under 17 or the 20 levels, it's usually not an easy nut to crack. So I believe Ivory Coast is even a better opposition for Nigeria than Burkina Faso.
Yeah,
the Burkinabes that we just beat, and it took us more than an hour to find a goal.
Yeah,
meaning that wasn't just an easy game for the Eaglets. They are still improving. I would have wanted to say that's a fluke, but let me not just say it's a fluke for now. I still stand by what I said. I'll begin to read out praises for Fatai Ahmad if he goes past the Ivorian under 17.
Aren't you being hard on the man? I mean, considering everything he went through, his players, he lost most of them. He came into the job quite late.
If you are a good coach, if you are an excellent manager, if you are a tactician, it will show.
Perform some magic.
Yes, it will show. Even if you've got just 3 days,
really,
at least something spectacular will come up that would make people say, yes, this is actually a tactician. So let me not just say much until the result on Monday comes through.
All right. Well, Osas, he wants some magic from the man. I tell you more. I don't know. He came into the job quite late, and well, he has to win. He has to win against Côte d'Ivoire before he heaps praises on the man. But talking about that, wisdom of how much importance is that final game against Côte d'Ivoire on Monday, when you consider the fact that the Eagles are already through to the under-17 championship in the AFCON now? What exactly is the need?
For me, wisdom is not important. Reasons being that I just wanted the boys to scale through for the sake of their careers. It was important.
So if they lose, no one.
I know there's no World Cup. If they lose, I don't really have an issue with them losing. Ordinarily, they were not supposed to be here, and I would not rate the team. I know it's an under 17 side.
What do you mean they are not supposed to be here?
Their destiny was it wasn't exactly in their hands.
But they drew their first game. If they hadn't drawn that game, perhaps they wouldn't have qualified.
How many games did they win in the group stages?
None.
They drew one, lost one, and you had 2 matches. You could not pick 3 points from any. It means that it's not a very good side.
Yeah, it's not a very good side. Yes.
But they're under 17.
But they won their last game.
They're under 17, so I don't really expect them to do too many great things. Okay. But we know how much we are a powerhouse when it comes to under 17 in Africa. But we are moving past that narrative because I think we are no longer looking at taking players who are over the age of 17, but we're looking at taking players who can grow into something better and something bigger as time progresses. So I want to actually believe that they're a better side than they were when we were at the group stages, and they've probably learned their lessons. They've recorded their first win. That's a confidence booster. But for Côte d'Ivoire, this is a fine lesson to learn at times. Anyway, I don't know if Côte d'Ivoire would prefer playing the Black Starlets of Ghana or Nigeria in the final. That devil he did smoke out early. Might just be back to haunt you, because I've seen teams struggle at the group stages of a tournament. Nigeria is one of those teams. Even in the Nations Cup in 2013, we struggled at the group stages. But when we met some of those teams in the process, we beat the same final. We beat them, and we beat them silly. So let's see how it pans out. But I'm really happy they've made it to this round. There's no World Cup, so I'm sure Nigerians will take that under 17 Nations Cup as a very important. So that's if it holds and they don't tell us that COVID has made them change their minds. But if it ever happens, then it's a good thing that they are making it through. And I want to see these young boys progress to the under 20s. Not every one of them would succeed to the apex of football. That's the funny story of youth football in the world, not just Nigeria. The man who won number 10 for Spain, and when they played here in Nigeria, they beat us in the final, Sani Emmanuel and the lads, in 2009 from Merida. Merida is nowhere to be found now in the Spanish national team, but you have Ilaramendi, some of those other players who you call fringe players. They managed to make it to the better side of football in terms of how long they've stayed, and even for the national team.
Chidubem, I think I just want to say something concerning what Wisdom said. For me, I feel this final game between the Eaglets of Nigeria and the Baby Elephants of Côte d'Ivoire is even more important than every other game they've played, because with a win coming on Monday, I think the confidence of every player within that squad will be built up, because for now they feel maybe they are just they will just get into the trash after they leave. But with a win there, that would look like one again for the Super Eagles against the Ivorians, and also it will become a confidence booster for these players to actually do better when they move ahead.
All right, definitely a confidence booster from the guys if they go on to defeat the Baby Elephants. But talking about that game, the Baby Elephants, I'm sure we're going to do a robust review of that game tomorrow. But okay, Chuko, ahead of that AFCON now, we under 17s. What would you advise Fatai Omo to do? Recruit more players or stick with what he has on ground already?
I think he needs to dig deep. He needs to recruit more players that of that age. But it's just quite unfortunate that there's no under 17 championship for this year for them. So going for more players
at the world stage.
So going for more players, it's counterproductive. Let them just keep them together. But before they prepare, I think the main event, the African under 17, it's the match. So he should come back, get to the academies, see how they can get players of age, blend them with what he has on ground now.
Okay.
Then they should hit the ground running just for the AFCON under 17. There's no World Cup for them. So they can just enjoy themselves, have fun, see how they can win the tournament, then pray.
We always pray in Nigeria, but Okachukwu basically says, boys, go out there and catch crews, have fun, play football, and then be one of those agents, big agents in some of the big clubs in Europe is going to come and get you. Maybe some of them in Africa as well. Some of the big sides we have in Africa might just be coming after you, and your career is going to start quite nicely, and you have good stories to learn from. I mean, we have the likes of Wilfred Onyedidi, Kelechi Iheanacho. I mean, all started from this stage, and look where they are today. I'm talking about players who've grown from the ranks and blown into something big and really huge. We are moving next to the Super Eagles, and we're not talking about the team now, but we are talking about an ex-player of the Super Eagles. And I call him an ex-player because he has retired. But then he has indicated, or giving us hints that he might just be coming back to the Super Eagles. I'm talking about Odion Ighalo. I did put up a tweet on my Twitter handle, and it's still there. The tweet is pinned. You can go there and check it out. Chidubem, it's at ChiduBemNG. And I'm asking you, and I'm also asking you listening to me now, you can also send your text messages to 0701 9339 962. Is it time up for Odion Ighalo in the Super Eagles? Or do you think he deserves one more chance? Or maybe the AFCON, or even the World Cup, like the man says. We'll be back to talk this after we enjoy this theme song from the Super Eagles.
No tension, you are waiting, by the grace of God. You shall win, you shall win, you shall win. Zawa, 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 zawa.
One nation on the go, indivisible, indestructible. Super Eagles, your victory, Baba God. I say, don't sign them, God, don't stamp them. Just go out there, grab them. Oh yeah, I've been one of them, Godfather. Super Eagles, oh yo yo, handle it, handle it, handle it, handle it. Go, go.
Such a good feeling when the news of unity fills the air while the wind blows.
Super Eagles, no tension, you are waiting, by the grace of God. You shall win, you shall win, you shall win. Zawa, 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 zawa. Super Eagles, no tension.
All right, Super Eagles always winning, or so we hope. But before we talk about Odion Ighalo and his situation with transfer, and of course he's talked about coming back to the Super Eagles, let's give you updates. What's happening all over the leagues in Europe? Osas will help me with that one.
All right, coming from the Premier League, at first we had Wolves against West Bromwich Albion, and that game ended 3-2 in favor of West Bromwich Albion. Right now, Brighton having a goal up against Leeds. Brighton is actually leading there at the 73rd minute. West Ham is leading by a lone goal against Burnley, also at the 73rd minute. We expect Chelsea versus Fulham by 6:30 and Leicester City versus Southampton at 9 p.m. In France, we have Marseille on a 0-0 draw with Nimes, and that game is in its 30th minute in the first half. Then the games have come to an end right here at the Bundesliga in Germany, where Borussia Dortmund actually ended on a 1-1 draw with Mainz 05 there. Then Cologne, FC Cologne on a 0-0 draw with Hertha Berlin. Hoffenheim also on a 0-0 draw with Arminia Bielefeld. And Werder Bremen were 2 goals better than Augsburg. Wolfsburg settled for a 2-2 draw with RB Leipzig. Then we'll be expecting Stuttgart versus Borussia Mönchengladbach by 6:30 p.m. In the Serie A, Bologna were 1 goal better than Hellas Verona. By 6 p.m., Torino will file out against Spezia, and by 8:45, Sampdoria will do battle with Udinese. For now, that's what we're having in Europe.
All right, thank you very much for the updates from the European Games. Marcelo Bielsa He's failing tonight or this evening with his Leeds team against Brighton. Wisdom Obina, you're a man who loves Marcelo Bielsa a lot. You call him the myth and the legend. What exactly is happening to him today?
The rain is beginning to fall, and it's beginning to fall hard on Marcelo Bielsa, the third best coach in the world, according to FIFA. And I must say that...
according to fans, that is. Fans voted, not FIFA.
Okay, but it was FIFA the best awards.
Yeah, it was.
That's it. So, ordinarily, you would not always have expected him to go through with this side. This was a mediocre side. Look at the players in the team. Rafinha, some players that ordinarily would not even see the bench of an Everton side. Some of them would not even get to cut it in the reserve team of a Manchester City side. But here they are. They've been trying to do wonders for Marcelo Bielsa and his and the Leeds fans. So let's see how it pans out. This is January. And if he's not getting the result, they need to recruit. You can't actually allow this man to just keep pouring his smartness and intelligence just on the floor. They would need to do more than just hope that results go their way. And the best way to do that is to get some players into the team. The January transfer window, like I said, is here. Get a couple of decent names, not just players, because what they do most times is get a bunch of let my people go players and C players. Get A-class players, at least 2 or 3, infuse them into that team, and let whatever the man represents start showing on the field of play.
Wisdom, are you trying to say that the coach is only as good as his players?
Players are as good as their coaches' tactics, but coaches too are as good as the players they also have at times.
Oh, we'll talk about one player who
at times
who maybe is not as good. Maybe according to the coach now, not according to the coach, according to the coach selections. Johnny Gallo has been missing out of Manchester United games. But before that, let's talk about. Let me give you the lineup now for that game. That's derby, not London derby involving Fulham and Chelsea. In goal for Fulham, they've got Areola, Aino Anderson, Adarabio, the man who a lot of Nigerians are saying perhaps should be a Nigerian player very soon. Testa is also there, as well as Reid.
Did you say a lot? Say the coach of Nigeria and the NFL, not a lot of Nigerians. He has no business in our defense, I think.
I'm sure a lot of Nigerians want
some Nigerians, not a lot of Nigerians.
Some can pass for a lot.
Akpoguma can comfortably keep Adarabio on the bench in Fulham if Akpoguma was a player of Fulham.
All right, if you are listening to me right now, send me a text message. Do you think we need Adarabio, Tosin Adarabio in the Super Eagles right now? Tosin for the record.
Who would he keep on the bench?
It's a left back. Well, that's for them to answer. 0701 9339 962. Send me a text message. Do we need Adarabio in the Super Eagles right now? Wisdom says never. It's not better than the ones we have now. But Gennett Raw doesn't think that way. Gennett Raw is thinking Tosin is a good player. And once you're a good player and you can play for the Super Eagles, then you can come over. That's the only reason, according to Gennett Raw, why Adarabio shouldn't be playing for the Super Eagles. But I'll just continue the lineup. In the forward lineup, they are lined up in a 3-5-2 formation. They've got Cavalieri as well as Lukman completing the squad for them, or the lineup that is. For Chelsea, they've got Mendy in goal. The man has been considering quite plenty goals this period. Some people say he has been showing his capabilities. But in defense, we've got Ben Chilwell, David Silva, or Thiago Silva now, the defender, and Rudiger as well as Aspilicueta is in for the injured Reece James. And in midfield, we've got that trio of Mason Mount, Jorginho, as well as Kovacic. And up front, we've got Pulisic, Giroud, and Ziyech. Don't ask me where Timo Werner is. Timo Werner doesn't start today. Oh, same as Reece James. Reece James is on the bench. He's not injured, please. Reece James is on the bench, and it's quite strange. Quite a strange lineup from Frank Lampard, you would agree, because the players on the bench are some of the best he has. He's got Zuma on the bench. He's got Reece James as well on the bench. Emerson is on the bench. And Gilmore, the young man, is also on the bench. Same as Kai Havertz, and Abraham, Tammy, and Timo Werner. Hudson-Odoi as well. Well, Chelsea fans, I don't know what you make of that. But come on, let's get back to talking about Johnny Gallo and what's going on with the man. Turkish Giants, Besiktas. They are reportedly in talks to sign Odion Ighalo this month. Yes, Odion Ighalo's loan at Manchester United is set to end on January 31 after a year at Old Trafford. The The Nigerian is waiting before taking a decision on his next move and has revealed he would cherish an opportunity to play in the US. Well, I quote him now. He says negotiation with his parent club, Shanghai Shenhua, who holds the players' contracts and the players' representatives are ongoing. That's according to Turkish media outlets. Anadolu. And he did say that yesterday. Meanwhile, the 31-year-old has not ruled out a return to the Super Eagles. Yes. 18 months after he called it quits from the national team. I quote him now. He says, I think it was too soon. Igalo was replying ESPN when he was asked if he felt his retirement from international football came too early. He said, I think it was too soon. He went on to say, there was a lot of pressure from my team, Shanghai Shenhua, at that time because I was injured before the AFCON tournament. Thank God I won the top scorer award. Even at that, the tournament did not end well for me because I got injured again. So, with all these, I decided to quit the national team. I still have good communication with the coaches, and when I do, they keep telling me, how can you be playing for Manchester United and you're not in the Eagles? Well, that's Igalo speaking now. He says the Nigerian coaches are asking him, how can you be playing for Manchester United and you're not playing for the Super Eagles? Well, he goes on to say, I'm still thinking about a return, but for now, I want to concentrate on my club football. I miss the guys and everything about the team. And finally, he says, we'll see how it goes in the future. Maybe I'll play one more AFCON tournament or another World Cup with the team if the opportunity arises. For now, I want to watch the young players do their thing. Osas, first of all, let's talk about his potential move to Besiktas before we come over to the GC one now and his potential return to the Super Eagles. Besiktas currently talks about his interest in Besiktas. What do you think? Should he consider moving to Besiktas at this stage in his career, or perhaps go to the MLS like he has said in the past?
Besiktas in Turkey, MLS, most likely are on the same level, but I think Turkey.
Really?
Yes, for now. But I think Turkey has become a good resting ground for
the old
most Nigerian players who may be out
not
of...
just Nigeria. They have, I feel like a pensioners league these days.
More like a pensioners league.
The team in the Champions League that beat Manchester United now, the one that had all the Mbabas of this world and all the good boys. But go on.
Yeah, so Turkey has actually become a new resting point for most Nigerian players and other players.
Mikel was there once in a while.
Yeah, once in a while.
Once upon a time.
Yes, we've got we had Victor Moses somewhere around Fenerbahce and the likes. So it's going to be a league. It's not a very fast league, just the way we see the English Premier League. So it's going to be a league that will welcome him and accommodate him very well. For the other side, where he's feeling like it's time to come back to the Super Eagles, I feel he should rest that for now.
We'll get back to that. Anyway. But for you think he should pick Besiktas? That's if Besiktas come.
Yes, I think it's better. Besiktas is actually better than the MLS for now.
Okay. Sasa says Johnny Galu should think of moving to Turkey rather than maybe making more money in the MLS. But talking about that and moving, okay, Chuku, do you think Igalo can still cut it at the top level of football? Because a lot of us are saying he's thinking of the MLS because, well, he feels he's done with football. He's 31. He's seen it all. He's achieved his dream playing for Manchester United. Why should I stress myself going to perhaps being the face of Besiktas and with all the responsibilities while I can just go and make money in the MLS?
Well, for me, I still believe that the Turkish league holds better for him than the MLS. First and foremost, in Turkey, Besiktas, it affords him opportunity of playing in European competitions. One. Secondly, he will also be under the spotlight since he has that dream of coming back to the Super Eagles. I believe strongly that his retirement was premature. I didn't know what really led to his retirement from the Super Eagles. So you believe
he's still at that level?
He's still, first and foremost, second, what I mean to say is that the younger players, they need to learn from him. We still need an Odion Igalo in that team. These young players, they could learn one or two tricks from him. He could also serve as a moral booster to the younger players when they see somebody like Johnny Gallo competing for shirt with them. They put them at the top of their game, and they also be on their toes, knowing very well that a veteran, someone who's been there before, is also coming back to slug it out for shirts with them. So they really need to sit up. So Johnny Gallo coming back to the Super Eagles is a welcome development because he needs
just want to drag me in there.
No, he needs to rediscover himself.
All right, so Okechukwu believes that Johnny Gallo is still at that point in his career where he can cut it at the top level, maybe moving to Besiktas, one of the, well, not particularly a top club in Europe, but one of the French sides in Europe, but doing quite well as well at their own level, not the totally one of the sides to just look away from when it comes to the MLS. I don't think the MLS is one of those leagues a lot of persons are interested in, no disrespect to it, but I mean, in Turkey, you still have a few eyes watching what you do, and like Okechukwu has said, you have a chance of playing in European competition. But Wisdom, let's come to the mega question now. Johnny Gallo, is it time up, or could there be one more chance in the Super Eagles?
High Chief has spoken well in terms of experience, but I think the team has to move on. You cannot keep going back to the same old song and expecting new beats and new tunes to get to the ears of every other person. Also, because your mother's goat died does not mean you should kill yourself on pepper soup that night. so ordinarily, Igalo has moved to Manchester United. We saw how he fared. I think this man should go. Reasons being that we are not really in dire need of a striker.
Okay.
We have Osimhen.
Yeah.
We have. I'll come to Iheanacho in the pecking order. I think we have Paul Onuachu who's on his way to Lyon now. Yeah. We hear. We also have Isiru Desas, who has not even gotten a look in. We have players who are also coming up. Omar Sadiq.
Awoni is not part of the squad now. So
Omar Sadiq has scored 9 goals in 18 matches. And Sadiq has not gotten a shot with the Super Eagles. Last time he played was with the under-23s, and he was brilliant. Samson CR7 came out in the course of the week to say, yes, I think this man should be given a chance. Now, aside Umar Sadiq, who has gotten 9 goals in 18 matches, we have a player who just switched allegiance to Nigeria. He's 22 years of age. He scored 10 goals in 16 matches. He's a Chelsea player, and he plays for Sekou Brugge at the moment. Ike Ubo is his name. 10 goals in 16 matches. That's a fine way to start. Where was Odion Igalo when he was around this age? He was also battling within one of these leagues. Ike Ubo is a Chelsea man. 10 goals in 16 games. I doubt if Chelsea would not be making good money from selling him to a better side that is far better than Sekou Brugge right there in Belgium. At 22, I think he can actually put out a good performance for the Super Eagles. So if you have Ike Ubo, you have Victor Osimhen, you have Cyril Desas, you have Taiwo Awoniyi, who is also a Nigerian, you have Umar Sadiq, who has not gotten a shot, but is doing very well for Almeria, one of the top scorers right there in the second division right there in Spain. You have some other 1 or 2 players out there. Paul Onuachu, like you mentioned. Kelechi Iheanacho is somewhere in that order also. I think Odion Igalo might not even be able to be as pacey. Yes, the experience might be crucial, but I think we should just let him go. We've moved on for some time. Bringing him back into this team might maybe tell Osimhen that he's not the lead striker at the moment. Push him down the pecking order. And in our order now, we know if Osimhen is injured, we know it might be Onuachu or Desas or maybe the new boys now, like I mentioned, who might be getting a shot. Paperwork's to be completed by Ike Ubo in the coming days. And what does that mean? It means he can play for the Super Eagles. If he's among Nigeria's top 3 goal scorers in the whole of Europe, he deserves a chance, albeit in the Belgian league.
All right, let me come to you, Okechukwu. Johnny Gallo, you know, Wisdom has already stated that, well, he's not needed in the Super Eagles and all of that, but do you think this man is being unduly disrespected by Nigerians? Because I say this in the 2019
he's not needed. I just said we should move on.
Okay, we should move on. Yeah, that's what he said. So you could put one and two together, but basically it's about Johnny Gallo shouldn't come back to the Super Eagles, or we should move past this era. But last year it was also the talk. Why is Johnny Gallo in the Super Eagles? But he turned out to be the top goal scorer, not just for the Eagles, but also in that competition. And we also have some of these players that we are mentioning now as the players that could get the job done in his absence. Kelechi Iheanacho was in that team. We also had Victor Osimhen was absent. He was there. Victor Osimhen was there. Yeah, Victor Osimhen took part, but he seldomly played in that competition. He just had a few cameo appearances. But we also had Paul Onuachu. But these players failed to get the job done. It was Johnny Gallo who, at that time, a lot of persons were saying he was finished. that ended up being our top goal scorer. Do you think the man is perhaps being unduly disrespected by Nigerians?
Of course he is. Like I always say, you don't throw away experience. Experience is one thing that is very, very hard to come by. And when you see an experienced player, you keep him in that team. You might just put him there, give him at times 30 minutes, comes in, does his thing, gives us that cameo appearance. And I always tell people that form is temporary, but class is permanent. And once you have a classy player in your team, one momentary minute of this loss of concentration on the opponent's half, it could wreak havoc.
Or someone will tell you errors come and errors go. Perhaps it's time to move on.
What's his name? Odion Igalo. I think he left the Super Eagles team prematurely. He left at the peak of his career.
Well, you know what they say, you leave when the ovation is loudest.
But at least he should wait for that graph to turn down before he leaves.
Okay.
I'm still of a different thought here.
Yeah, go on.
And I feel if Odion is to come back into the Super Eagles, he's going to shield the shine from some of these young players. Yes, you mentioned the last AFCON where he ended up being the highest goal scorer, I think, with 5 goals.
Yeah.
I owe that to the fact that he was given enough time to score. He was given enough time to get the goals.
Given the time and they didn't get goals.
No, we didn't actually have any player giving so much time like him. I think Paul Onachi was just giving.
That's why he was playing.
Paul Onachi was just giving one match or two to see if he could score, and he didn't score, and he was pulled out. I feel if he comes back into the team, he's going to take the shine away from some of his players.
Before that competition, he was also our top goal scorer in the qualifiers.
Yes, he was being played. We had a clamor for this same Victor Osimhen to be given time to play, but time wasn't given to Victor Osimhen because there was an Odion Igalo who was practically older than every other striker there, and out of respect, we actually had him play all the time for the Super Eagles. So him coming in again.
So for Osas, Odion was played out of respect and not out of performance.
I believe he was played out of respect. He was quite the oldest then. We had an Osimhen who was hot then in Lille. So if not for respect, I feel Osimhen should have been played ahead of Odion Igalo.
Okay. All right. So
I beg to disagree with Odion's performance before that Nations Cup was just out of this world. If you want to measure it from a Nigerian perspective, top scorer during the qualifiers, who is better than you in that team? That's even why Manchester United went for him. There's something called statistics, and most coaches who don't have the money to afford big players, or the availability of big players is not also there, they tend to get some of these names based on statistics. Igalo was top scorer in the qualifiers, top scorers in the Nations Cup, also doing well before his injury right there in China. Come on. Nobody beats him in the Super Eagles at that time.
All right, before I run to the phone lines, I get to hear from you and all those very lofty ideas and thoughts you have in your head right now. Let me hear finally from Okechukwu. The Odion Igalo in his quotes, he said something that struck me, and I'll just get back to that. He said, okay, I'm still thinking about a return, but for now, okay, let me get back to that particular quote where he talked about the fact that the Super Eagles or the coaches were still... Okay, I'm there. So with all this, I decided to quit the national team. I still have good communication with the coaches. And when I do, they keep telling me, how can you be playing for Manchester United and you're not in the Eagles? Okay, Chukwu, should a player be playing in the Super Eagles because of the club, the magnitude of the club he plays for, or because of the time, game time, and the performance the player has in the team? I'm asking this because Odion Igalo has been on the bench for practically the whole while in Manchester United in recent times, and it's not been particularly fantastic. So why should he have to play just because he plays for Manchester United?
But initially, he was given some game time. Not until when these young guys came back from injury, then coupled with the arrival of Cavani, that was in fact the nail that sealed the
But if he was good enough, he should have been able to fight his way through that.
But then at least he had about 4 goals in other cup competition out of 8 matches. So at that point, I think we should have taken advantage of it and see how we could bring him back to it. But it's all fair and good. I think he needs to rediscover himself. Once he rediscovers himself at the club level, age is still on his side. Technically, let's look at, he's about 33 years. And at 33, you can still play. You still have like 2 more years bearing injury.
At this point, okay, you're saying he can play regardless how well he does, just because he's a Manchester United player?
As at then, because
what about now?
Now, he can't fit into the team because he is not playing. In fact, I'm not sure if he's even registered, or I'm not sure if he's in the plan of the coaches. So at that point, he has to rediscover himself first at the club level, become the Dion Igalo that we used to know. Then he could still come back to the national team for rehab.
All right, this is the point where I throw the phone lines open, and of course, we also have to take your messages. You can send your messages to the number 0701 9339 962. What do you think about Odion Igalo? Do you think it's time up for him in the Super Eagles, or maybe he has one more chance? The man says he would like to play at one more AFCON, or maybe the World Cup. The AFCON is in 2021 this year, and the World Cup now is just the year after. Do you think the man still has what it takes to play for the Super Eagles? And also, I'm asking, do you think Odion Igalo at this level can cut it at the highest level? Should he go to Besiktas, where he's probably going to play under so much pressure, or go to MLS and enjoy money and have fun? The numbers to call 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Please keep it short and simple. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening. Hello. Okay. We lost that caller there, but you can keep the calls coming through 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Let's talk Odion Igalo on the show. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Faith. Good to have you back.
Thank you. About Odion Igalo, like, I don't know, but he's 33 and he says he's still thinking of coming back to the team. Like, he's still thinking. He hasn't even decided if he wants to join the team again. And he's saying he left the team quite premature. I think he should just come out straight and tell them that he's waiting for them to qualify first for the AFCON and World Cup, so that he will come and join them during the tournament. I mean, what's that? He should please.
As the chairman that is now.
I tell you, not be small thing. When you respect himself. Thank you.
Okay, respect himself, so says Faith. Doesn't like the fact that Odion Igalo wants to stroll into the team. But what do you think? Keep the calls coming through 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon. Good to have you.
Thank you. Right to the point. Odion Igalo should not even think of returning to the national team.
Why not?
I don't think that anybody forced him to retire. He retired by himself. Not that coach stopped the fighting. He retired.
Okay.
Even when we needed him most, he retired. So the best thing for him now to do is to just carry on with the club side and continue, maybe go to any place that they can pay him money, and they just instead of talking about coming to national team. He's going to play everybody's flag. But Igalo should not even think of, coming to national. He retired by himself.
Okay.
He retired. So I don't think I got the only thing that can make somebody like Igalo to come back. Maybe his coach needed him very, very much. A coach can go and reason with him. Just try to come back so that we needed you this and that. Or Igalo himself telling me that he wants to come back. Are you telling me that he took the decision? Somebody forced him to take the decision. The decision that is disturbing him. So he should not even think of coming back to national team.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon. It says, Odion Igalo, you have gone and go in peace. We don't want you to come back. But, well, he's saying, reason with me, according to P Square, Mr. P now, reason with me. I don't play today. Maybe I will play tomorrow. I don't know what you think. Do you think Odion Igalo should come back to the Super Eagles? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. This is Kamade. I come back again.
Good to have you, Shedra.
Yes, about Odion Igalo coming back to national team. For me, I prefer that he should come back. At least hello?
Okay, go on.
Yes, to me, I prefer that he should come back to national team. Because Roger Miller came back at the age of 40 when he resigned. You know, and he scored goals. So if he can come back, if Roger Miller were allowed to come back to national team and play in his days at the age of 40, then what happened to Igalo? If Igalo wants to come back, he should come back. There's a chance to come back. Roger Miller resigned. So also Igalo to resign too. So since Roger Miller came back, Igalo should come back. That's to me my own personal opinion. So they should give him a chance. So that if he comes to, maybe he can start on the bench, you know, monitor the games as an experienced player, you know. So I think that is how I look at it. That's my own personal opinion. So he should come back and then they maybe play for one year in the national team. Fine, you know, or just play for one of the after the Nations Cup tournament or World Cup. Then he can resign or he can go back home fully. So for now, I think since he's playing in other club, he should come back to national team. That's my own take.
All right. So for Shedrack, he
Are
believes.
you seriously going to compare Roger Miller and Odion Igalo?
Well, he believes you're old doesn't mean you can't still give something. But Johnny Gallo is not even that old. It's not even up to 35. And we've got an Ibrahimovic. Yes, they will say don't compare Lions with the ordinary old. But come on, Johnny Gallo, just last 2 years, 2019, he was the top goal scorer at the AFCON. Why are we forgetting about the man so easily? Keep your goals coming through. 0817 0000 951 or 070 0810 9510 951. I surely want to end this debate. I want to know, Odion Igalo, is it that bad? What has changed? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, this is Gary Rupoko.
Gary, good to have you. What's your take?
Yeah, please, there's no one like Igalo in the Super Eagles. There is a patriotic player. They should go back to Eagles.
So the others are not patriotic, according to you?
Eh?
So the others are not patriotic?
Yes. If you go back, everybody loves you. You should go back.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It says everybody loves Odion Igalo, but so far the course we've taken, it doesn't seem that everybody wants or loves him or wants him in the squad. At least the majority have said that Odion Igalo should just depart and depart for good. Although the man, no one agree. The man is still saying we should reason with him and perhaps give him a chance. Hello, good evening.
The me that said Simon Callback.
All right, good to have you back.
I love Odion Igalo.
Okay.
Even when he moved to Manchester United, I supported him. What I'm trying to say is not even by age or what. If somebody can play a national team even up to the age of 40.
All right. Sorry, we lost you there. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Good to have you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Ernest calling from Anakai.
Go on, Mr. Ernest. What do you think of Odion Igalo?
Yes, Odion Igalo, I think if you want to come back to Super Eagles, it is a welcoming development if you ask me.
All right.
He's a good player. I like him, despite what Ole is doing with him at Man United.
All right, thank you very much. I have to leave it there because time is on our friend. Let me quickly read one or two messages. This one said the Golden Eaglets playing in the final is the same thing as Pochettino winning his first trophy. But the same way Manchester United will win the EPL. That's coming from Ike from HA. And this other one says Heartland should be privatized immediately. After Mbakwe, Imo State has been so unlucky with governors. Nwayanwu National was a household name in Africa under private ownership. That's coming from Chinwe from the Greater World. I can remember I think he was Ohakim, that Heartland got to the final of the CAF Champions League. Finally, this one says Igalo can still play for any club in the world. He needs to work on himself. And that's coming from James from Port Harcourt. And that's where we'll be calling it a wrap on today's edition of Today Sports Live, the second part. That's where we talked everything Nigerian football. It was a pleasure doing this with you, Obina Wisdom, of course. And I've also got Osase Hinwe as well as Okechukwu and Denko and myself, Chidubem Joseph and Njoku, the Chief Justice of Sports. And of course, we are back here tomorrow by 1 p.m. for the marathon edition as well, all the way till 6 p.m. where we'll start off by talking about the sports and then go on to talk football and Nigerian football. Keep it locked on this dial. The news at 6 is up next with Wealth Wilson.
One nation on the go, indivisible, indestructible. Super Eagles, your victory, Papa God. I say, don't sign them.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.